Chapter 381. Northgate Kong sighed. It's that serious. One Lu Yin is nothing. Even if he dies, my Northgate family can bear the consequences. Lockbreaker researchers Astral 10 and the Outerverse won't cause trouble for us over an accidental death in battle. But now he's representing the 10 Arbiters and the 10 Arbiters Council. If he loses, it means that the 10 Arbiters have assigned the wrong person and they'll be mocked. Have you thought about the consequences of the 10 Arbiters' anger? The next time they send someone, it won't just be a student. It might even be an expert ranked at the top of the top 100 rankings. You should know how many such experts there are in the 10 Arbiters Council. Northgate Lai and Northgate Gang's expressions changed. And if something like this happens, Lai's future in the 10 Arbiters Council will definitely be affected, Northgate Kong said helplessly. Father, Lu Yin hasn't joined any of the 10 Arbiters, Northgate Lai said. Northgate Kong tiredly replied, whoever arranged for him will be the one you've offended if you defeat him. Northgate Lai immediately thought of the 10 Arbiters scholar. What was worse was that the scholar, when Xianxia, was from the erudite flow zone's Wen family, and the erudite flow zone wasn't too far away from the Northline flow zone. Northgate Lai regretted his decision as he had been too impulsive. Father, what should we do now? Northgate Lai asked for help. Northgate Kong frowned and pondered for a moment. Think of a way to make Lu Yin cancel the battle. He probably won't. Otherwise it'll be too embarrassing. Northgate Gang pouted. Northgate Kong was furious and he sent Northgate Gang flying 10 meters away. Northgate Gang couldn't hold his breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. Unfilial son, you still have the face to say that? It's all because of you. Northgate Gang immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head, trembling. Northgate Lai sighed. Father, let me think of something. We can't embarrass him and we can also smoothly cancel the battle. Northgate Kong rubbed his head and waved his hand, hoping that everything would go smoothly. From start to finish, none of them had thought that Lu Yin had any chance of winning. Many of them felt that Lu Yin's battle record was brilliant, but no matter what, he was still a Limiter, and he could challenge someone who was a realm breaker. The top 100 rankings were different, as all of the experts there could challenge someone who was a realm breaker. Battling someone on the top 100 rankings was equivalent to challenging a cruiser who was 2 realms above him. No one believed that Lu Yin could win. Regardless of how the Northgate family thought of ways to cancel the agreement, when Lu Yin returned to his restaurant to rest and closed the door, an earthquake seemed to shake the earth and the sky. An incomparably huge astral eagle descended from the sky, and its screeching shook the entire Northgate platform. Everyone at the Northgate platform raised their heads and stared at the sky in horror. A super expert had arrived. Lu Yin also saw the giant eagle that covered the sky and he knew who it was. It was the Ross Empire's Duke Blackhawk, a powerhouse with a power level close to 200,000. He was almost a peak hunter and he was only one step away from breaking through to become an enlighter. He did not know if there were any powerhouses in Northgate platform who could restrain Duke Blackhawk. If there weren't, then Duke Blackhawk's first appearance in the Northline flow zone would have been enough to establish his might. But before anyone could react, another valiant force descended, and the sky was split in two. On the Northgate platform, everyone's faces turned pale when they saw a mountain floating in the sky. No, it wasn't a mountain but rather an astral beast formed from a mountain. This was the Beast Tamers flow zone's famous giant devil mountain, and very few people could control it. The Beast Tamers flow zone's powerhouse, Fade, who had been sent to the Northline flow zone as a witness, was taming the giant devil mountain. The appearance of the giant devil mountain meant that Fade had arrived. One was Duke Blackhawk from the Blazing Mist flow zone's Ross Empire, and the other was Fade from the Beast Tamers flow zone's first-class hall. 2 peak hunters had appeared all of a sudden, and this caused the entire Northgate platform to become unstable. Just in terms of power level, these 2 surpassed Fire's Melt Planet's master, Yan Wuxia, and there was no need to even talk about their battle techniques. Yan Wuxia could not even compare to these 2. They were true super powerhouses and to Lu Yin they were out of his reach. Fade, it's actually you. The giant astral eagle stared at the top of the giant devil mountain, where a man was standing. It was Fade, and just by standing there he caused the void to distort. Fade looked at the astral eagle with a complicated expression. I didn't expect you to come either. It's been a long time since we last met. We haven't met since we parted ways in the chaotic star realm. Back then you left a deep impression on me. Aren't you the same? There are very few powerhouses in the Ross Empire who don't rely on technological weapons to fight, and you're one of them. Duke Blackhawk sneered. Even in the Beast Tamer's flow zone, there are very few freaks who can cultivate their physical bodies to such a level. You're one of them. The two glared at each other, and although there wasn't any animosity in their words, many people felt their anger grow. It was as if their previous encounter had not been a good thing. On the Northgate platform, the Northgate family, the Lily family, the Barthshock family, and the other ruling families all looked up at the sky. They all had powerhouses who could intervene, but if they wanted to intimidate these two superpowerhouses, they would need an enlighter to act. The Northgate family's patriarch, Northgate Kong, the Lily family's patriarch, Lily Liana, and many others looked at the Barthshock family. The next moment, the Northgate platform turned scarlet, and the air became visibly scorched. A painful pressure descended, causing countless people to turn pale. Lu Yin clenched his fists as he felt an unimaginable pressure above his head. He had experienced this pressure before. It was the pressure of an enlighter from the nine-headed ape. Duke Blackhawk and Fade lowered their heads at the same time, but they didn't see anything. Suddenly they seemed to sense something and they immediately turned around. A man had appeared behind them at some point and was quietly watching them. He wore a scarlet coat and his entire person was sinister and terrifying. He gave off the feeling that he had walked out of blood. Scarlet Hand Tai Sa, Fade said solemnly. The man looked at Fade and then at Duke Blackhawk. He slowly said, "Give me some face. Please don't fight in the Northline flow zone." Fade and Duke Blackhawk exchanged glances, and they both saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. But so what? The person in front of them was an enlighter, and anyone who could become an enlighter was a genius. When they were young they could challenge those who were a realm breaker and they were considered freaks by many. The stronger such people became, the more powerful they would become. They didn't even have the confidence to fight someone at the same level as them, let alone someone who was one level lower. The difference between one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. "My apologies, but we don't want to fight," Duke Blackhawk said as his body began to transform. The enormous astral hawk quickly disappeared, and a weathered middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was the Ross Empire's Duke Blackhawk. Taisa looked at Fade. Fade waved his hand and the giant demonic mountain disappeared and transformed into a tattoo on his arm. Both sides withdrew from their battle state. Taisa nodded. "Thank you. On behalf of the Barthshock family I welcome the two of you." He then vanished. After Taisa disappeared, Fade and Duke Blackhawk let out a sigh of relief. The pressure of facing an enlighter was too great. The people on the Northgate platform also relaxed as they no longer had to worry about being caught in the crossfire. Enlighters were existences that controlled the destiny of large organizations, and they would not be easily mobilized. No one knew how much the Barthshock family had paid to recruit Taisa, and no one dared to even think about it. However, Taisa's existence was very obvious. Together with Granny Chan and Boss Northland, they were three enlighters from Northline Flow Zone, and the other flow zones did not dare to provoke them. Lu Yin watched as the sky returned to normal and sighed. He was still too weak and he didn't even have the qualifications to watch such a battle. He suddenly thought of a problem. The nine-headed ape had been trampled into a daze by a giant lightning rabbit, so what about Taisa? If the rabbit came and trampled on him, would he also be trampled into a daze? That was very likely. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing the thunder rabbit again and seeing it trample someone. He was even more excited to see that trace of thunder again, which would allow him to instantly kill a hunter. Time flew by and soon, it was the day of the Northgate platform competition. The Northgate platform had a large central plaza that spanned several thousand kilometers. It would take a normal person several days to walk across the plaza, and ordinary cultivators would not even be able to see the other end of the plaza. Only space-exploring powerhouses could do so. The plaza's surface was sturdy, and there were statues of 17 families around it. This was where the previous Northgate platform competitions had been held. At this moment Lu Yin walked up to the highest stone platform in the plaza. Besides him there were also Duke Blackhawk, Fade and a few other witnesses. It could be said that all of the witnesses on this stone platform were space-exploring powerhouses, except for Lu Yin himself. When he saw Lu Yin appear, Duke Blackhawk's brows rose in displeasure. He was a powerhouse who was close to becoming an enlighter, and since when could a junior be on equal footing with him? However, he had already known that Lu Yin represented the 10 Arbiters' Council, which meant that the 10 Arbiters had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. However, qualifications were only one aspect. Even if Lu Yin wanted to be on equal footing with the 10 Arbiters, he still needed to have the ability to do so. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the witnesses on the stone platform or the surrounding families from the Northline flow zone, everyone was looking at Lu Yin. They wanted to see if he had the ability to take that seat. Lu Yin glanced at the stone platform and felt a chill run down his spine. He was a little depressed as he had only come to witness the competition, but he had no other choice. His status was not proportional to his strength and the contrast between the two was too great. If Northgate Lai had taken his place, this situation would not have happened. There were two different levels between space-exploring powerhouses and non-space exploring powerhouses. The higher Lu Yin went, the greater the pressure. It was not just from Duke Blackhawk but also from the others. This was a form of rejection, or rather, it came from the dignity of space-exploring powerhouses, which made them feel disdain for sitting with a Limiter. Lu Yin frowned as this was not the first time he had felt such pressure. Fortunately, he did not know if it was because he often recited the Stonewall scriptures or if it was for some other reason, but this pressure was not enough to break his spirit. As long as he could maintain a bit of clarity, he would be able to walk up to the stone platform. On the stone platform, tiny specks of dust floated up before disappearing. The pressure had reached a point where it could be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, Northgate Kong walked out and stepped onto the stone platform. His appearance was like a pebble stirring up the calm surface of a lake, causing the pressure on Lu Yin to completely vanish. Everyone, the Northgate platform competition is about to begin. I'll have to trouble you all to bear witness, Northgate Kong said politely. He then looked at Lu Yin and nodded in a friendly manner. Lu Yin exhaled. If the pressure had increased any further, then even if his mind was clear, his body might not have been able to withstand it. These old fogies were too shameless and so many of them were ganging up on him. In fact, if Northgate Kong had not acted, then Lu Yin would have had to use his trump card. Chapter 382. There was no order in the seats, but the stronger one was, the more they sat in the center. Lu Yin kept a low profile and sat to the side. Beside him was the gloomy man from the Tempest Flow Zone who had a scorpion tattoo on his face, which made him look rather strange. This person did not seem to care about Lu Yin at all, and he had not been present when the crowd had been pressuring him. Seventh bro, these bastards are shameless. You have to be careful not to get ambushed, the monkey said unhappily. Lu Yin naturally knew that Duke Blackhawk was from the Ross Empire, so it was normal for him to dislike Lu Yin. Fortunately, Fade from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone had not made a move against him, or else he might not have been able to withstand the pressure. The stone platform was where the witnesses were located. Around the stone platform, there were 17 floating platforms that surrounded the entire plaza, each representing the 17 clans. 17 families were too many, and Lu Yin did not pay them much attention after a single glance. The only ones he really needed to pay attention to were the 3 families. Of these 3, Lu Yin was most concerned about the Barth Jacques family as they were rich. He swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at the Barth Jacques family's floating platform. The rich aura that greeted him left him stunned. The other families' floating platforms had simple decorations, but the Barth Jacques family's was the same as Northgate Mansions. No, it was even more extravagant than Northgate Mansions. This was not reflected in the decorations, but more importantly in the food and wine. Lu Yin did not recognize any of them, but the star energy fluctuations coming from the food indicated that they were astral beasts. Lu Yin gulped. This was too extravagant and too arrogant. This family was clearly trying to tell everyone that they were rich. On the Barth Jacques family's floating platform, family head Hoba suddenly turned to look at Lu Yin. His lips curled up and he raised his wine glass to toast Lu Yin from afar. Lu Yin nodded and maintained his smile, but he was cheering internally. This family was too rich. These were all resources. If the entire Barth Jacques family's wealth was given to him, he would dare to challenge everyone in the top 100 rankings. Father, that's Lu Yin, a youth behind Hoba spoke up. His name was Harrow and he was one of the Barth Jacques family's heirs. He was the same age as Northgate Lai, but he was only a Lemaitre. This family did not care about battle prowess as they could hire any powerhouse as a bodyguard if they had the money, such as Tai Sa. I know. He's a very motivated young man with great investment potential. Hoba smiled. Harrow's eyes flashed. Father wants to rope him in? Hoba could not help but laugh. Rope him in? You're thinking too simply. This young man isn't someone that a corporation like us can rope in. Even the sword sect failed, so we just need to maintain a good relationship with him. I heard that he offended the Day-Night clan. Benicio spoke up from beside Harrow. He was also one of the heirs and one of Harrow's competitors. It's just a fight between the younger generation, said Harold. Barnijo was disdainful. Given the temperament of the Day-Night clan, this Lu Yin will be unlucky sooner or later. That might not be the case. The one who proved Lu Yin's innocence was also someone from the Day-Night clan, which means that there are people in the Day-Night clan who support Lu Yin, Harold replied. But he offended Night Queen Yanqing. She's Arbiter Zhenwu's younger sister, and she's a powerful figure in the Night King clan. Night Queen Yanqing doesn't have the right to make decisions for the Night King clan. Huoba frowned. That's enough. It's not your place to argue about other people's matters. We're just a business family, so don't get involved in this kind of thing. Yes, father. Yes, father. Lu Yin didn't know that a single look of respect from him had caused a fight between the two successors of the Barth Jacques family. He was no longer a nobody and his status and influence were great, especially in certain situations. As the time for the Northgate platform tournament approached, the sky suddenly became scorching hot. Everyone looked up and saw a bluish-green flame burning through the void. It was followed by a bone-piercing chill that caused everyone's hair to stand on end. This was not cold but rather a reaction to a life-threatening threat. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed once more, dispersing the bone-piercing chill. Mr. Poison Flame, please take a seat on the platform. The last person to appear was the Blaze Realm's Poison Flame. It was rumored that his flames were extraordinary. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw Poison Flame. Out of everyone present, if there was anyone who could truly threaten him, it would be Poison Flame. Neither Duke Blackhawk nor Fade would truly act against a junior like him, but Poison Flame might not. Lu Yin was well aware of the Blaze Realm's character, and they had a grudge against him. The Astral Combat Academy was a miniaturized version of the universe, and the conflicts within it extended to the various great powers. Lu Yin had suppressed the Blaze Realm in the Astral Combat Academy, so to them he was their enemy. Poison Flame landed on the platform and suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heartbeat quickened and his entire body went on guard. Poison Flame frowned. Why is there a Lemaitre sitting here? Northgate Kong stood up and smiled. That's Lu Yin, representing the 10 arbiters to witness the Northgate platform tournament. Please don't take offense, Mr. Poison Flame. Poison Flame stared at Lu Yin with a cold glint in his eyes. The high temperature caused the platform to change color, but Lu Yin could feel it even more clearly. Poison Flame was targeting him. Unlike Duke Blackhawk and the others who only gave him pressure because of their status, Poison Flame had a grudge against him, so the pressure was naturally different. Lily Liana, the head of the Lily family, stood up and was about to intervene when Lu Yin suddenly asked, "Where are the mentors? Why aren't the mentors from Astral 10 here?" With that one sentence, Poison Flame's pressure disappeared. He could oppress Lu Yin, but he did not dare to be rude to Astral 10. Others might not know, but how could the powerhouses of the great powers not know how terrifying Astral 10 was? It was a cage, and those who were qualified to guard it were all monsters. Lily Liana smiled. We've already sent out invitations to the mentors of Astral 10, but they're all busy with internal affairs and have no time to attend the ceremony. I'm sorry, but I forgot to inform student Lu. Lu Yin smiled and said a few polite words before sitting down. He glanced at the indignant Poison Flame and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring Astral 10 here. These guys were all shameless and he would not place his hopes on the North Line flow zone. They would definitely help him, but it might be too late by then. It was better to have the initiative in his own hands. Around the plaza, the disciples of the 17 families all looked at Lu Yin strangely, as if they were looking at a god. How hateful was this person? The stronger they were, the more they targeted him. Lu Yin felt helpless, as this was the result of obtaining an identity that did not match his strength at such a young age. At his current age he should be playing around freely in the academy, not here to join in on the fun. The consequence of joining in on the fun was to be targeted. He suddenly envied Xiao Luo and the others as they were all carefree. No, he envied Lulu the most as she was rich and could still play around. Not long after Poison Flame arrived, there was a loud bang in the sky. The Northgate platform competition had officially begun. In order, each family reported their contributions and emphasized what they had done for the Northline flow zone and what they had gained. In any case, it was just self-praise. This process was very long and many people were distracted. Some even went straight to sleep. Lu Yin looked around and saw that even Fade had closed his eyes to rest. It was obvious that this was not the first time that these people had witnessed the Northgate platform competition. Their appearance was just to show their friendliness and to publicize the Northline flow zone's strength. Lu Yin was bored, so he silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The man with the scorpion tattoo next to him did not even look at him from start to finish. After a few hours, the 17 families finally finished praising themselves and began to flatter each other. The most impressive ones were still the 3 great families, especially the Barthjok family. When it was their turn to report their contributions, Lu Yin listened carefully and was stunned. According to this family, almost half of the Northline flow zone's economy was supported by them. They were too rich, and Lu Yin estimated that he could not even count how much wealth this family possessed. His gaze towards the Barthjok family became gentler and friendlier. He wished that he could run over to their floating platform and have a chat with them. The entire Northgate platform competition was complicated, and the only thing that attracted Lu Yin's attention was the juniors tournament. The 17 families had more than 100 members of the younger generation, and when it was time for the juniors tournament, they all went up to battle. To be honest, there was nothing special about them, and they were much weaker than the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament. Of course, there were also space-exploring powerhouses among these juniors, but their strength was only so. According to the Astral Combat Academy's standards, they were roughly on the level of a student leader. However, the Academy's student leaders were only limiters. Northgate Lai was the one who truly shocked everyone. Even Duke Blackhawk, Fade and Poison Flame were shaken by his appearance. After all, he was an expert on the top 100 rankings. Even if he was ranked at the bottom, he still represented the top 100 of the younger generation. If nothing unexpected happened, this person's reputation would definitely surpass theirs in a few years' time. They had not been able to reach the level of the top 100 rankings when they were younger. Northgate Lai was the Northgate family's representative, and he was also the Northline flow zone's representative. The Northgate family had joined forces with Shanggu Academy and poured all of their resources into nurturing him, so his strength could not be underestimated. Lu Yin was also rather concerned about him. The Divine Fist had said that he had defeated an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings with 30 stacks. However, times had changed and Lu Yin felt that he could rival an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. Still, a feeling was just a feeling. At the center of the plaza, Northgate Lai looked up and scanned his surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled on Lu Yin. His family had asked him to find a way to cancel the battle agreement, so he would force Lu Yin to back off. Then he would use other methods to protect both sides' reputation. If Lu Yin was not stupid, then he should know that he was definitely not Northgate Lai's opponent. Everyone looked at Northgate Lai. His opponent was the strongest member of his family's younger generation, and he also had the power level of an explorer. In fact, his power level was about the same as Northgate Lai's, which was around 30,000. Brother Northgate, please make your move. Northgate Lai's gaze was indifferent. I won't be courteous. To show my respect, I'll use my full strength. His opponent's expression turned ugly when he heard this. His strength was only above average among his peers, and he could barely be considered a genius of the Northline flow zone due to his family's nurturing. However, he was still far from Northgate Lai's level. He had originally thought that he would be able to put up a fight, but when he heard that Northgate Lai was going to use his full strength, his heart sank. He hurriedly smiled and said, Brother Northgate, this battle isn't that important. There's no need for Brother Northgate to dash. However, he was unable to finish his sentence because a circular flywheel was spinning around his neck. If he had moved a little closer, his head would have been separated from his body. Chapter 383. That person's face paled and he slowly retreated. He stared at Northgate Lai in horror, forced out a dry laugh and then immediately fled. Northgate Lai turned to look at Lu Yin with a smile on his face. This was Northgate Lai's battle technique, the Phantom Disc. Lu Yin, do you have the confidence to block it? At this moment it wasn't just Northgate Lai who was looking at Lu Yin. Many others were looking at him as well. They knew that Northgate Lai had used his full strength to put on a show for Lu Yin. On the stone platform, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. He had been staring at Northgate Lai the entire time, but he really hadn't seen Northgate Lai's attack. The Northgate family's Phantom Disc is still as powerful as ever. It can travel through the void without leaving any traces behind. Back then this move caused countless people to suffer, Duke Blackhawk said with a sigh. Poison Flame's expression was solemn. It's rumored that Northgate Lai not only cultivated the Phantom Disc, but also Shangwu Academy's strongest technique, the Dark Loosening technique. As expected of an expert on the top 100 rankings. Once he becomes a hunter, it'll be hard to say who will win if you and I still haven't broken through. Everyone around them began to discuss this. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Phantom Disc and the Dark Loosening technique were Northgate Lai's true strength. Lu Yin couldn't see it, but he had never relied on his eyes to fight. He had his domain in serious technique. No matter how fast Northgate Lai's Phantom Disc was, it definitely wouldn't be faster than his serious technique, which was the nemesis of extreme speed. The moment the Phantom Disc pierced through the void, it would be seen through by serious technique. Furthermore, Lu Yin still had the Giant Emperor's third eye, and his secret sidestep was no joke. Northgate Lai had wanted to use the Phantom Disc to scare Lu Yin, but he had miscalculated. Seventh bro, that guy's trying to scare you. Don't be afraid, just beat him up, the monkey tempted. Lu Yin barked at him to shut up. To the side, the man from Tempest Flow Zone turned to look at Lu Yin with a confused expression. Lu Yin felt awkward. I wasn't talking to you. I know, I didn't say anything, the man coldly replied. The scorpion tattoo on his face twisted, and Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Northgate Lai walked out of the plaza with his chest puffed out. He had the right to be arrogant. There were only 100 youths in the entire universe who had entered the top 100 rankings, and were scattered throughout the universe. Northgate Lai was definitely one of the strongest youths in his generation, and even the Ross Empire didn't have an expert on the top 100 rankings. After Northgate Lai entered the battle, the other battles became even more boring. Many people were still immersed in Northgate Lai's Phantom Discs. On the Lily family's floating platform, Lily Shuer moved closer to Lily and whispered, Sis, do you think Lu Yin is afraid? Lillian glanced at Lu Yin on the stage. I don't think so. How manly. Sister, he's so heroic, Lily Shuker said longingly. Lillian was helpless, but she didn't say anything else. She could understand Lu Yin's concerns, but she was more concerned about other things. On the Northgate family's floating platform, Northgate Gang excitedly said, Bro, that Lu Yin must have been scared silly. Look, he's still staring at you. Northgate Lai smiled and glanced at Lu Yin. There's a limit to how strong a competition between students can be. Tian Ho is a legend in the tournament of the strongest, and no one in the same realm has been able to defeat him. But from what I know, the 10 arbiters don't care about Tian Ho at all. Otherwise, if the legends are as exaggerated as they say, Tian Ho wouldn't have been able to return. I know. The Astral Combat Academy is just exaggerating, Northgate Gang said. Northgate Lai did not deny the claim. The Astral Combat Academy was one of the top academies in the universe, and this had long since aroused the dissatisfaction of many academies. They had always promoted the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest as exaggerations, causing more and more people to distrust the strength displayed in the Tournament of the Strongest. The Northgate platform competition would last for a few days, and the first day passed just like that. Northgate Lai was still the one who attracted the most attention. His strength and bearing were both astonishing, and he did not go easy on his opponent. He went all out to show respect for his opponent, which was the bearing of a powerhouse. The person who had been instantly defeated by Northgate Lai was speechless. He had actually hoped that Northgate Lai would go easy on him so that they could exchange a few blows, but in the end he had not even been able to withstand a single blow. Fortunately, his family did not blame him. The next day the juniors tournament continued as usual. There were not many outstanding powerhouses on this day, as the Barth Jacques family, one of the 3 strongest families, was not very interested in fighting. The only person who surprised people was Lily Schuer. She had just been admitted to Shanggu Academy, but she had defeated a senior who had been studying there for several years. This caused many to praise her. On the 3rd day, Lily also surprised people by easily defeating a space-exploring powerhouse of the same generation. Many people had thought that she was not very strong, but they suddenly remembered that she had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. The fact that she had been able to graduate from the Astral Combat Academy was proof of her strength. However, Lily Ann's identity as a student of the Astral Combat Academy still angered many people, and some even urged Northgate Lai to fight her. Northgate Lai ignored them. Although the 3 great families competed with each other, their relationships were very good, and they would not intentionally humiliate the other 2 families. Furthermore, the tacit understanding between the 3 families was not easy to break. Northgate Lai was not young, and he would be leaving the younger generation in a few more years. The Northgate Platform Tournament was held every 15 years, and Lily Ann would still be part of the younger generation at that time. This meant that, at least in the juniors tournament, Lily Ann would be the strongest in the next tournament. In other words, there was a 90% chance that the winner of the next Northgate Platform Tournament would be the Lily family. However, Lily Ann had suddenly challenged Northgate Lai, which surprised many people. Even the Lily family had not expected such a situation to occur. Northgate Lai was astonished. You want to challenge me? Lily Ann smiled. Don't be angry, Brother Lai. I'm not challenging you. I just want to experience Brother Lai's dark loosening technique. It's my lifelong regret that I wasn't able to study at Shanggu Academy. I hope that Brother Lai can fulfill my wish. When she said this, many people's dissatisfaction with Lily Ann lessened. She still cared about Shanggu Academy. However, the older generation did not see it that way. If she really cared about Shanggu Academy, she would not have gone to the Astral Combat Academy in the first place. This girl had other plans. Northgate Lai did not suspect anything and walked off the stage. Alright, and wants to test out the dark loosening technique. I'll satisfy your wish. I'll stand still and let you hit me. As long as you can force me to take a step back, I'll consider it your victory. Lily Ann smiled. Brother Lai thinks too highly of me. The dark loosening technique is known for its tenacity, and it absorbs star energy several times faster than a normal person's. It's as immovable as a mountain, and it allows the soft energy on the surface of the body to dissolve the opponent's attack. How can I possibly defeat Brother Lai? Northgate Lai laughed. Feel free to attack. Alright, then I'll begin. Lily Ann casually slapped Northgate Lai's chest with her palm. A shockwave rippled out and the ground was swept up like a gale. There was a soft sound as the shockwave swept through the air. Northgate Lai did not even take half a step back, but Lily Ann did. As expected of the dark loosening technique, 70% of my palm's power has been neutralized and there's even a rebounding force. Brother Lai, is this a rebounding force that borrows from my attack? Lily Ann asked in astonishment in a loud voice. Northgate Lai nodded. That's right. Can continue to try. Alright, I won't be polite. Lily Ann then used her battle technique, the flower pinching palm. Her star energy turned into flower petals that overlapped with a palm print that slammed into Northgate Lai's chest. The void trembled once again, and a giant spatial crack extended from Northgate Lai's body into the distance. As expected of the dark loosening technique, there's another force that's diverting my attack. This force is so powerful. Brother Lai's dark loosening technique should be able to withstand a cruiser's attack. I wonder how strong an attack must be to break through his defense. So this is the secret behind the dark loosening technique's defense. So that's how it is. Outside the arena, the gazes of the crowd grew increasingly strange. Lily Ann had said too much and she had explained all of the variations of the dark loosening technique. It didn't seem like she was asking for advice, but more like she was divulging the secrets of the technique. Northgate Lai's expression turned ugly. He could tell that this brat was trying to test him for Lu Yin's sake. She was a traitor. That's enough, There's a time limit for the Northgate platform competition, so stop playing around. Northgate Kong finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up decisively. Northgate Lai heaved a sigh of relief and casually pushed Lillian back. He forced a smile onto his face. That's all for today. Next time I'll give you some pointers alone. Lillian nodded. Thank you, Brother Lai. She then left without another word. Northgate Lai was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He glared hatefully at Lu Yin. What was this guy's relationship with Lillian? She had actually helped him scout the path. On the high platform, Lu Yin blinked. Even an idiot would know what Lillian was doing and why she was helping him. She had even explained it in detail. He already knew what the dark loosening technique was, and it was equivalent to a defensive technique that could deflect attacks. He also knew how to deal with it. Compared to the day-night restoration technique, the dark loosening technique was not even worth mentioning. However, it would still be very difficult for someone who was much stronger than him to break through. Lu Yin roughly calculated that 30 stacks should be able to break through his defenses. Sis, you're ruthless. Lily Schuer gave Lily a thumbs up from the Lily family's floating platform. In front of her, Lily Liana growled, "Stop fooling around. Go apologize to the Northgate family later." Lillian agreed. Sis, tell me the truth. Have you fallen for Lu Yin? Lily Schuer asked, her eyes bright. Lillian tapped her forehead. Don't spout nonsense. It's just that there are some things that we'll need his help with in the future. Who are you trying to fool? Our Lily family isn't that powerful, but we don't need the help of someone from the Outerverse. Brother Lai is in the 10 Arbiters Council, so we don't need him at all. Lillian looked at Lu Yin. It was precisely because he was from the Outerverse that they would need his help in the future. The competition between the younger generation would continue for another 2 days, and most of the participants were bored. Lu Yin was no exception. Although he could memorize the Stonewall scriptures to pass the time, he could not do it all the time. Otherwise he would faint. He glanced at the man with the scorpion tattoo on his face and could not help but search the internet. He quickly found some information. The Fire Scorpion sect was one of the strongest sects in the Tempest Flow Zone. In terms of strength, they were second only to the master of the Tempest Flow Zone, the Feng family. This sect raised astral fire scorpions and used their venom to cultivate battle techniques. They were proficient in both fire and poison techniques. Chapter 384. Lu Yin glanced at the man again and subconsciously moved to the side. Poison was a headache to deal with at any given time. Not long after, Northgate Lai stepped onto the stage once more. This time he did not use any battle techniques and only used his powerful star energy to defeat his opponent. It was also an instant kill which fully displayed the terror of the top 100 rankings. Not long after Northgate Lai's battle ended, Lu Yin received news that Lillian wanted to meet him. Lu Yin left the stage and headed to the meeting place. The meeting place was very close, and when he arrived he saw Lillian and Northgate Lai. "Brother Lu, I'm really sorry to disturb you, but Brother Lai wants to meet you," Lillian said apologetically. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Northgate Lai. "Brother Northgate, are you looking for me to confirm the time of the battle?" Northgate Lai gave Lillian a look that signaled for her to leave. She had no choice but to leave. After she left, Northgate Lai looked at Lu Yin solemnly. "Brother Lu, we have no enmity between us, so there's no need for a battle." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Brother Northgate, did you invite me here just to talk about this?" Northgate Lai asked in a low voice. "Brother Lu, are you sure you can win?" Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then shook his head. "No one dares to say that they can win against an expert on the top 100 rankings. Besides, I'm just a limiter." "That's right. Brother Lu, you're not just representing yourself but also the 10 arbiters. If you lose, the 10 arbiters will lose face, and this will affect your position in the 10 arbiters council. What do you think, Brother Lu?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he could guess Northgate Lai's misgivings. They were afraid that defeating him would embarrass the 10 arbiters and offend them. Lu Yin had not considered this before, and the Northgate family's misgivings were justified. There had been a lot of rumors in the outside world over the past few days, and one of them was that the Northgate family had expelled the 10 Arbiters Council. For the Northgate family, if news of Lu Yin's defeat reached the ears of the 10 Arbiters, it would make them think that the Northline Flow Zone was challenging the 10 Arbiters Council's authority. This was equivalent to placing the Northgate family in opposition to the 10 arbiters, which was too much of a risk for the Northgate family. The 10 arbiters not only represented 10 individuals, but also the unimaginable power behind them. The Northline flow zone still needed to use the Northgate platform competition to unite the 17 families against the surrounding flow zones, so how could they dare to offend the power behind the 10 arbiters? The Northgate family was scared. However, the more afraid they were, the more it showed that they did not take him seriously. They had never thought that they would be defeated. This was the confidence of the experts on the top 100 rankings. After thinking through all of this, Lu Yin's mind became active. It was as if a path to the heavens had bloomed in front of him, and he saw a new way to earn money. Lu Yin coughed twice and righteously said, "Brother Northgate, a man is born in the universe, so naturally he should have some accomplishments. Being able to challenge the top 100 rankings is my greatest wish in this lifetime. Even if I lose, it's still an honorable defeat." Northgate Lai's face twitched. "Brother Lu, you need to think this through. If you lose, then the reputation that you've built up through the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest will be damaged. More importantly, you'll embarrass the 10 arbiters, and your future in the 10 arbiters council won't be easy." Lu Yin waved a hand. "It's fine. A man should take responsibility." Northgate Lai was speechless. This Lu Yin had a one-track mind and did not consider the severity of the consequences. If they really fought, then this person would definitely lose and the consequences would be severe for the Northgate family. However, it was impossible for Northgate Lai to lose in order to protect the 10 arbiters' reputation. If he lost, then Lu Yin would replace him and become an expert on the top 100 rankings. This was something that Northgate Lai could not accept no matter what. "Brother Lu, I heard that you had an agreement with the sword sex Lu Xiaoqiu to challenge the top 100 rankings together. It's not good for you to go back on your word," Northgate Lai probed. Lu Yin raised his head. "A man should take responsibility." Northgate Lai was speechless again. Were they even talking about the same thing? The atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange silence. One was thinking about how to make Lu Yin give up on the battle, while the other was thinking about how to bring up the topic of money. Lu Yin had already suffered a loss. Yu Xianzi and An Xiaohua had not given him any money because they had not made it clear enough. However, he still wanted to save face and he could not possibly ask Northgate Lai for money. That would be too embarrassing. Both of them were rather melancholic. At this moment, Northgate Gang walked over. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he deliberately turned his back to Northgate Gang. He placed his hands behind his back and rubbed his 3 fingers together. His actions were too obvious. Northgate Gang was stunned and he stared at Lu Yin's fingers in a daze. He seemed to realize something after a while and he pulled Northgate Lai aside to whisper to him. Northgate Lai did not believe Lu Yin at first and then he became skeptical. He glanced at Lu Yin's hands behind his back and saw that those 3 fingers were still rubbing together. Everyone in the universe knew what this action meant. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was obvious enough. "Brother Lu, are you short on money?" Northgate Lai probed. Beside him, Northgate Gang hurriedly said, "Bro, it's too obvious." He then looked at Lu Yin with a displeased expression. "Brother Lu, since it's your first time in the Northline flow zone, my Northgate family has prepared a greeting gift for you. Please accept it." Lu Yin's lips curled up and he looked at Northgate Gang with admiration. Although this person liked to oppose him, he was still quite sensible. "Well, since it's a gift from the Northgate family, I'll accept it." This time, Northgate Lai was certain that Lu Yin wanted money. His evaluation of Lu Yin instantly dropped by 100 levels, and his disdain was written all over his face. This kind of person was actually the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest? The Astral Combat Academy had truly declined. Northgate Lai no longer wanted to speak to Lu Yin. "Brother Northgate, I've thought about the battle you just mentioned and I feel that it's indeed inappropriate. However, with the rumors spreading everywhere, abruptly canceling the battle will be a loss of face for both myself and the 10 arbiters," Lu Yin said. Northgate Lai coldly replied, "Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about that. I'll leave tomorrow and no one will blame Brother Lu for that. Brother Lu, you just need to announce that the battle will be postponed." Lu Yin nodded. That's good, that's good." In front of them, Northgate Gang gave Northgate Lai a look, and Northgate Lai tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. The ring's design was strange and it had an ancient charm to it. This is a cosmic ring that I obtained from the Starfall Sea. It has a huge range and a normal person would want to buy at least 2 star essence. This gift should be enough. Lu Yin actually wanted the star essence more, but when he looked at the space in the cosmic ring, he realized that it was indeed quite large. It was several times larger than the one he was currently using. He had wanted to buy a cosmic ring like this for a long time, but he couldn't bear to spend the money. After thinking about it, he nodded. It's enough. Thank you, Brother Northgate. Aside from a rich second generation like Lulu, the disciples of the Innerverse great families did not have much money. Northgate Lai giving Lu Yin a cosmic ring that was worth 2 star essence was already beyond his expectations. Lu Yin had actually wanted to have a chat with Northgate Kong, but this matter was not something that could not be resolved. Northgate Lai could just walk away and there was no need for Lu Yin's approval. Lu Yin knew when to stop and getting a cosmic ring was already pretty good. Northgate Lai was no longer in the mood to bicker with Lu Yin and he turned to leave. In his eyes, Lu Yin was just a petty merchant. Northgate Gang was similarly disdainful of Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not care about them. So what if they looked down on him? Increasing his strength was the most important thing. 7th bro, even I feel embarrassed for you. Not only did you lose face but you also lost everything, the monkey said with a sigh. Lu Yin smiled. Was it embarrassing? The initiative to challenge the top 100 rankings is not in Northgate Lai's hands. It's in my hands. What do you mean? What I mean is that I can challenge Northgate Lai at any time. History is written by the victors and no matter what the process is a win, Lu Yin said confidently. The monkey was puzzled. 7th bro, you seem to be so sure that you can win. Maybe. I just need to earn some more money, Lu Yin said. So what if he was looked down on? Once he defeated Northgate Lai, he would see who would dare look down on him. Money might seem vulgar, but who didn't need it? Lu Yin wanted to use the Northgate family to tell the entire universe that he needed money. The more money he had, the faster his strength would increase. As for reputation, strength meant reputation. Once he reached the level of the 10 arbiters, he could hide his name like the 10 arbiters. Who would dare talk about him then? Speaking of which, did the 10 arbiters hide their names because they did too many immoral things and did not want others to talk about them? This time, the winner of the Northgate platform competition was almost certain to be the Northgate family. Duke Blackhawk and the others all wanted to leave. Suddenly, on the Barth Jacques family's floating platform, the Enlighter Tai Sa opened his eyes and looked towards the north. Behind him, Poison Flame, Duke Blackhawk, Fade, Northgate Kong, and the rest all looked towards the north, causing the void to tremble. Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb and he looked towards the north in shock. Was this a battle between powerhouses? The Northgate platform was shaking and the air was shaking. Or rather, the entire universe was shaking. Tai Sa's eyes gradually turned scarlet. Master, there's a battle between Enlighters. Hawk solemnly replied, in the north it's the Northgate family. Northgate Kong's face turned ugly as the Northgate family was in that direction. The shockwaves from a battle that could cause even them to tremble was definitely a battle between powerhouses with power levels above 200,000. Fortunately, Boss Northgate was still within the family, so he should be fine. Everyone felt the air become heavy, and the younger generation's battles stopped as they all looked towards the north. Someone had attacked the Northgate family. Everyone had different expressions. Northgate Kong's gaze swept over everyone as if he was trying to figure out something. The next moment, an indescribable power swept past the Northgate platform, and the air seemed to burn away. Everyone trembled as they felt a terrifying power that they had never felt before. At this moment, even Tai Sa and Enlighter was overwhelmed. This is... Duke Blackhawk and the others narrowed their eyes. This power definitely exceeded 300,000. No, it might even exceed 400,000. Why had such a powerhouse appeared in the Northline flow zone? Northgate Kong's face paled. Who could actually force the Northgate family to such a state? Lily Liana looked at Northgate Kong fearfully. Rumor had it that the Northgate family had an elder who had sealed himself in ice and whose power level was extremely terrifying. When the Northgate family had ruled the Northline flow zone, that elder had been alive all this time. Lily Liana had never believed this rumor, but that power had terrified her. She looked at Northgate Kong's expression and wondered if there really was such an elder. The North Gate platform fell silent. Chapter 385. Lu Yin raised a hand and touched the air. The star energy in his body had been suppressed to its limit, and this was the first time he had felt such a terrifying power. In comparison, the power of poison flame and the others couldn't even be called power. This power made him feel as if he was facing the entire universe. With a loud boom, the universe rumbled. A crack in the void extended from an unknown distance in the north, bringing with it a power that made everyone tremble. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they once again experienced the helplessness of not being able to control their own lives. Lu Yin felt as if he had returned to the apocalypse on Earth, where his life was in the hands of others. As long as this spatial crack moved downwards, the entire North Gate platform would be swallowed up, and no one would be able to escape. This was the most terrifying power that Lu Yin had ever felt. Everyone was silent as if they were waiting for the judgment of the heavens. After a while, Northgate Kong's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and his expression changed as he immediately left. Northgate Kong's departure was like a signal, and everyone quickly left and headed north. Explorers could directly tear through the void and enter outer space, but Lu Yin was depressed. He needed to find a spacecraft. At this moment, the Northgate platform competition and the arranged battle were all forgotten. No one cared and everyone wanted to know what had happened to the Northgate family. By the time Lu Yin found a spacecraft, more than 20 minutes had passed since Northgate Kong had left. Seventh bro, are you really going? That power level definitely exceeded 300,000 to 400,000. A powerhouse like that could kill you with a single glance. It's better if you don't go, the monkey advised. Lu Yin firmly replied, I'm not afraid. So many people have already gone and Northgate Kong didn't stop me. That means that there's no danger. Wealth comes from danger. The monkey did not reply. Cultivators walked the line between life and death, and if they were afraid of death, then they might as well not cultivate at all. No powerhouse grew up in a greenhouse, and anyone who became a powerhouse would have to experience death. This was an ironclad rule. Lu Yin had snatched this spacecraft, but he did not feel guilty about it. Soon the spacecraft entered outer space and headed north. The Northgate platform was located at the center of the Northline flow zone, and there were 17 families surrounding it. The Northgate platform competition, where the 17 families were located, was where the Northline flow zone's 17 families were located. It was very interesting. Far to the north of the Northgate platform was the location of the Northgate clan. Not far to the south of the Northgate clan was a ferocious giant centipede that was entrenched in the starry sky. This centipede was shockingly large, as it was equivalent to several hundred Xenu stars linked together, which meant that it could carry countless large spaceships. When Northgate Kong arrived and saw this scene, his face turned pale. An ancient centipede. Such a creature actually exists. The closer he got, the more Northgate Kong could feel the suffocating pressure coming from the ancient centipede. Fortunately, this ancient centipede had been dead for a very long time. Otherwise, Northgate Kong would have been crushed to death just by looking at it. Beneath the ancient centipede, a blurry silhouette raised both of his hands and held the centipede up. He was the most well-hidden elder of the Northgate family, a terrifying elite with a combat power of over 400,000. His name was Northgate Taisui, and he was also the living fossil of the entire Northgate family. Below Northgate Taisui were two elders in Taisa. One of the elders was a man and the other was a woman. The man was the enlighter of the Northgate family, Elder North, while the woman was the enlighter of the Lily family, Granny Chan. Elder North, Granny Chan, and Taisa had teamed up with Northgate Taisui. The four strongest powerhouses of the Northline flow zone were working together to hold up the dead ancient centipede. If not for them, the ancient centipede would have landed again, and it would have crushed the Northgate family to smithereens. What are you standing there for? Come over and help. Elder North shouted when he saw Northgate Kong. Northgate Kong gritted his teeth and rushed behind Elder North. He raised his hand and unleashed his full power. Soon after, Lily Liana, Duke Blackhawk, Fade, Poison Flame, and the others arrived one by one. Elder North also asked for their help. Lily Liana immediately took action. The others were not from the Northline flow zone, and they were more interested in investigating this ancient centipede. However, it was Northgate Taisui who spoke up. My friends, please help us. The Northgate family will definitely reward you after this matter is settled. An old monster with shocking power levels spoke up. Duke Blackhawk and the others did not dare to disagree, and they immediately took action. It wasn't just them. All of the hunters with power levels over 100,000 also took action. Dozens of people worked together to hold up the ancient centipede, but it was still not enough. Cruisers also came to help. Gradually, more than 100 people gathered below the ancient centipede, and they worked together with Northgate Taisui to hold up the ancient centipede. They wanted to push the ancient astral beast to the other side. Cruisers were already the lowest level of help they could provide, and anyone below that was useless. Lily and Northgate Lai and the others had yet to become cruisers. Although their power levels might be higher than a cruiser's, no one cared about them at this moment, nor did anyone pay attention to them. Everyone was focused on the shocking ancient centipede's body, and they all felt an indescribable sense of horror. If this astral beast was still alive, then the entire Northline flow zone would be in trouble. Even an old monster like Northgate Taisui could not hold up the dead centipede. No one could imagine how terrifying this ancient centipede had been when it was still alive. It had a power level of at least 500,000. Look, there seems to be a building inside this monster, someone cried out in surprise. Suddenly, many people noticed that the ancient centipede had many appendages, and one of them was broken off, revealing part of the building inside. This discovery shocked everyone. What kind of person could live inside this monster's body? The presence of a building meant that it was an intelligent being and it should be a human. Northgate Kong and the others also noticed this and their eyes flickered. This centipede had fallen from the heavens after Northgate Taisui had fought against a powerhouse. It had originally existed in another space just like the Shenwu continent. As for its age, it was impossible to determine. However, since it had come from ancient times and had a building inside its body, there had to be something good inside, such as battle techniques, cultivation techniques, and natural treasures. When they thought of this, many people revealed greedy looks. A bold explorer suddenly rushed towards the broken appendage. No one stopped him and everyone watched him, including Northgate Taisui. Soon, the man safely entered the appendage and disappeared. Everyone was excited that they could enter and they all madly rushed in. If the centipede had not died, they would not have dared to approach it even if they were beaten to death. But now that it was dead, what was there to be afraid of? Cultivators fought against the heavens and the earth, and there was no one who did not fear death. However, compared to the weak, they were more willing to take risks. Even Northgate Lai had rushed in. A hunter who had been helping Northgate Taisui resist the centipede suddenly rushed in as well, but he was killed by Northgate Taisui before he could even approach the appendage. Everyone at the cruiser realm and above, help me hold the centipede's body. Anyone who moves without permission will be killed. Everyone trembled and no one dared to act rashly. This was an old monster whose power level exceeded 400,000, and he could casually kill a hunter. It was extremely terrifying. For the Northgate family, they only needed to restrain cruisers and above. This was the Northline flow zone, and most of the people who had entered the centipede's body were experts from the Northline flow zone. Northgate Lai was the strongest of them all, and this was their home advantage. Northgate Kong was very confident in Northgate Lai, as the latter would definitely obtain the best treasures. He only hoped that there would be no danger, but fortunately the ancestor was still around. More and more people arrived, and those at the cruiser realm and above were pathetically held back. Everyone below the cruiser realm rushed into the centipede's body, including some limiters and even melders. No one could resist the temptation of an ancient creature. By the time Lu Yin arrived, many people had already entered. He didn't hesitate and drove his spacecraft straight in. It's actually a centipede's body. This is an astral beast from ancient times and it's quite terrifying. The monkey trembled. He was an astral beast, and when he saw the centipede's body, he felt as if he was facing his natural predator. Is this thing very strong? Lu Yin asked curiously. Strong? Seventh bro, let me put it this way. Did you see that old guy closest to the centipede's body? That old guy's power level is shocking, but if this centipede's still alive, then it can swallow him whole. Lu Yin gasped. An ancient creature that could swallow someone with a power level in the hundreds of thousands in one bite was too terrifying. I never thought that I would be able to see a centipede's body in this era. It's too mystical. It probably won't be long before this centipede's body attracts countless people. Exploration, research, collection, and so on. Everything that you humans can think of will be realized on this thing. If you're lucky, 7th bro, you might even see a freak with a power level of over 500,000. Those people are freaks that control the destiny of large organizations, and any one of them can move unhindered through the universe. Lu Yin's spacecraft entered the centipede's broken appendage, but it was attacked before it could even land. A strange power passed through the spacecraft and crushed towards Lu Yin. Not too far away, a middle-aged man sneered. Someone who wasn't even an explorer had dared to come here? He was just an ordinary explorer, and he didn't have any hopes of competing with someone like Northgate Lai for treasures. He also didn't dare to venture too deep into the centipede's body, so he had set up an ambush at the entrance and dealt with the cultivators who weren't even explorers. He had already killed quite a few of these people, and there was a pile of wreckage on the ground. Lu Yin's attack, which should have been successful in every battle, was now useless. The spacecraft crashed into an abandoned building with a thump. The hatch opened and Lu Yin walked out with a gloomy expression. Where was everyone? The middle-aged man wasn't stupid, and he had immediately fled after his first attack had failed. He was also afraid of encountering those freaks who could challenge those above their realms, especially when he had heard that Lu Yin from the Astral Combat Academy had arrived. However, what he feared had always happened. The middle-aged man had thought that he could hide, but Lu Yin had still managed to track him down through his star energy. He wasn't very fast and he couldn't escape very far either. Lu Yin caught up to him and killed him with a single palm strike. Lu Yin snatched the cosmic ring and opened it, only to be delighted. Aside from the useless bank cards, there were also 100,000 star crystals. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. There was also a pile of useless items, and there was also a chip that he plugged into his gadget. It contained a battle technique, but Lu Yin casually tossed it away. It was useless to him since he had too many battle techniques. After setting up the spacecraft, Lu Yin looked around. It was just a single broken appendage, but it covered such a large area. The buildings extended into the distance, but they were all dilapidated. Many years had passed. Chapter 386. There was a whoosh and a figure flew past. It was a space-exploring powerhouse. Following that, one figure after another left. These space-exploring powerhouses were all rushing towards the interior of the centipede. Lu Yin inspected the buildings. Monkey, can you tell which era these buildings are from? 7th bro, do you really think I'm an archaeologist? Everything I know was recorded by powerhouses. I don't know anything about eras, so how would I know these things? Lu Yin casually pushed aside a wall, but it crumbled to dust when it hit the ground. Too much time had passed and nothing could be preserved. There weren't even any words on the buildings. To be able to place their family in such a huge centipede, this family must be quite powerful. The materials they used to build their buildings must be extraordinary, but even so they've been reduced to dust. You can only imagine how old they were. Lu Yin was puzzled. That centipede's corpse was perfectly preserved. Why didn't it disappear with the passage of time? I don't know. Logically speaking, it should have disappeared. The monkey was puzzled as well. Right, 7th bro, put the spacecraft into your cosmic ring, the monkey suddenly said. Lu Yin frowned. I can't fit it in a spacecraft. It's too big. You're talking about a normal cosmic ring. The one you're wearing right now was given to you by Northgate Lai. It might work, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he returned to where the spacecraft had landed to try it out. Unfortunately, he still couldn't fit it in. The spacecraft was too big, and a cosmic ring could only store items that were 1 square meter in size. He would have to dismantle the spacecraft in order to fit it in. Forget it, I'll wait until I get a better one, Lu Yin said helplessly. At that moment, another spacecraft crashed nearby. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he slowly approached it. This was a small spacecraft that could fit over 100 people. The doors opened and the people inside walked out one by one. They all wore the same uniform and it was obvious that they were mercenaries. However, they weren't very strong. Finally, a middle-aged man with a muscular body walked out. He had a fierce gaze and he immediately saw Lu Yin walking over. The man had a cigarette in his mouth and he exhaled fiercely. White smoke formed a circle that slowly dissipated. Go bring him over, the man ordered. A few mercenaries immediately surrounded Lu Yin and brought him over to the man. "When did you get in?" The man glanced at Lu Yin and asked casually. Lu Yin looked at the man. "You should have universal armor." The middle-aged man frowned. "What are you answering? When did you come in?" "Give me a set of universal armor," Lu Yin answered. Everyone looked at Lu Yin strangely. The middle-aged man was furious. "I'm asking you a question. Answer me honestly or I'll kill you." Lu Yin frowned, and the air around his body revolved before spreading out in all directions to sweep through everyone. An intense pressure immediately enveloped the area, and even though the middle-aged man was an explorer, he was still forced back several steps by this pressure. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. How could a Lemmeter be so strong? "Wait a minute, this person looks very familiar." "I said, give me a set of universal armor and I won't make things difficult for you," Lu Yin said slowly. The middle-aged man immediately tossed a set of universal armor over to Lu Yin. He did not say a single word and was very decisive. Lu Yin inspected it, nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Lu Yin's departing figure. This young man was too frightening. For a Lemmeter to have such strength, he must be a freakish genius from a great power, and such a person could not be provoked. No wonder Lu Yin looked so familiar. He must have seen him somewhere before. "Captain, what should we do next?" one of the mercenaries asked. The middle-aged man waved a hand. "Let's go in. I don't believe that there are freaks like him everywhere. With our mercenary group's strength, even if we can't get anything good, it'll still be good for us to gain some experience. Right, record the scenery along the way. We can sell it for a high price." "Yes, Captain." With the universal armor in hand, Lu Yin did not have to worry about being exposed to the universe for the time being. He walked towards the centipede's body. This centipede's body was too large and no one knew what was inside. Thus, everyone was very careful as they walked. "Monkey, do you think there's anything alive inside this thing?" Lu Yin asked. The monkey muttered, "It's hard to say. There might be but there might not be. There shouldn't be. After all, this centipede's life force has already been extinguished, so there shouldn't be anything alive inside it," Lu Yin said. The monkey did not interrupt as this was all just a guess. Anything that had been around for a very long time could undergo unimaginable changes. Lu Yin and the monkey's guesses were useless, so they could only continue forward. However, they had not walked very far when a corpse appeared, causing Lu Yin's mood to turn gloomy. The corpse belonged to a man who had died not too long ago. Death was actually very common in the universe, but this corpse was very strange because it had been frightened to death. The man's eyes were wide open and his pupils were dilated. His face was green and stiff and there were no injuries on his body. However, he had died in a strange manner, as if his soul had been stripped from his body. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the corpse on the ground. This person had been an explorer, and within the centipede's body where cruisers were not allowed out, such a person was already considered a powerhouse. Even if Lu Yin wanted to kill this person, it would be impossible for him to leave no injuries behind. How had this person died? "Seventh bro, don't you feel scared?" the monkey asked sinisterly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Don't use that tone of voice or I'll block you." Don't scare me. You can't block me in a place like this. Blocking me means that your right arm will be crippled. Do you still dare to cripple your own right arm after seeing this corpse?" the monkey asked confidently. Lu Yin ignored the monkey and focused on the man's corpse. Under his domain's protection, this person really did not have any injuries. His spiritual force was already gone, which meant that his body still had vitality, but his soul had died. Did a person really have a soul? Countless people in the universe had explored this question. Some people said that spiritual force was a person's soul, while others said that the soul was a type of energy that could not be transferred by one's willpower. There were even some who firmly believed that humans could reincarnate, and as long as a person's spiritual force was completely integrated into another person's body, that person would be considered reincarnated. These debates had continued for countless years, and Lu Yin was actually more in favor of the soul theory. After all, wasn't possession the same as stripping off his soul and integrating it into another person's body? The Daoist clan's methods of attacking spiritual force were equivalent to attacking the soul. The nameless elder that Lu Yin had met on Drift Charge Planet had also said that a person was separated into a physical body and a spiritual force. Was the spiritual force equivalent to the soul? Lu Yin could not understand it, but it would be more appropriate to explain this corpse's situation by saying that his soul had been wiped out. This person's soul had been wiped out. The monkey was right, and Lu Yin was indeed scared out of his wits. He had never encountered a power that could directly wipe out a person's spiritual force. Even the Day-Night clan's battle techniques had only injured him, and the pressure that a hunter could exert on a lower-level cultivator was just pressure. There was no battle technique like the Day-Night clan's that could wipe out a person's soul. Had this person died at the hands of a human, or had he died at the hands of some indescribable existence within the centipede's body? Monkey, have you encountered a soul attack before? Lu Yin asked. Soul attack? Seventh bro, you still believe in such things? That's just a superstition. Lu Yin slowly walked forward. How do you explain the Day-Night clan's battle techniques? The human body has spiritual force, and the Day-Night clan's battle techniques target that. However, that doesn't mean that spiritual force is the soul. Spiritual force is more like a substance produced by the human body, and humans just haven't discovered it yet. Seventh bro, you're overthinking things. There are no souls, ghosts, or reincarnations in this world. Otherwise, how could progenitor Wuxiang have died? He would have gained eternal life long ago. Lu Yin exhaled. This was something that had been researched for countless years and still could not be discovered. There was a whoosh as an explorer streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. There were several explorers chasing after him, and it seemed like they were here for vengeance. Lu Yin walked on the ground, occasionally speeding up to cover a certain distance. Ever since he had seen that mysterious man who had been scared to death, he had become somewhat apprehensive about this place. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he found out through his gadget that a day had already passed. More and more people overtook Lu Yin, and he saw more and more corpses. Almost all of them had died at the hands of humans, but there were also 2 corpses that looked like they had been scared to death. He didn't know if the others had noticed, but he was becoming more and more apprehensive. After walking for so long, it seemed like he still hadn't left the area of the centipede's severed limb. It was obvious that the centipede's body was enormous, and it shook the heavens. Not all of the limb was made up of structures, as most of them were shells covered with mud and other materials. Walking on them was like walking on land. Gradually, Lu Yin caught up to the main group. For some reason, many people in front of him were slowing down, and they eventually formed a small bazaar where they exchanged resources. Lu Yin didn't greet anyone and just sat down in a corner to rest. He soon learned why this group of people had stopped moving forward. It was because there were creatures ahead of them that looked like white earthworms. These worms were enormous and their defenses were very strong. The surface of their bodies could deflect most attacks, and although they didn't have much attack power, there were too many of them. Anyone who fell into a sea of worms would be easily squeezed to death. Many powerhouses had already died, and once they died, their corpses would be eaten by the worms. It was a terrifying scene. They should be parasites, the monkey said solemnly. Lu Yin raised his brows. The centipede's been dead for countless years. Where did these parasites come from? You'll have to ask them about that. Who released the parasites? You should know that some organisms have parasites that can freeze themselves. If no one destroys them, they can live forever. They're different from humans, and some organisms can even achieve true immortality. These people were probably waiting for more people to join them. Lu Yin had changed his appearance in a low-key manner, as he didn't want to be recognized as a pawn that would lead the charge for someone else. The area was very wide, and Lu Yin's group gathered in one area. Far away from them, Northgate Lai and the other youths from the Northline Flow Zone had gathered together and were walking forward. This group was led by Northgate Lai, and although they came from different families, they were very united. This was the rule of the Northline Flow Zone, to be united against outsiders. Lily and Northgate Gang and the others were also in the group. Chapter 387. Lily Ann's heart was heavy. She had noticed that there were a few corpses that had died in an abnormal manner. There were no visible wounds on their bodies. She told Northgate Lai about this, but he didn't seem to care. Big Sisson, there are too many strange battle techniques in the universe. Some battle techniques can leave no scars, but in reality, they target the internal organs of the human body. It's not that there aren't any scars, it's just that you can't see them. That's very normal. All we can say is that there's an expert in front of us, Northgate Gang said. Lillian frowned. Was it that simple? It wasn't her first day exploring the universe. How could she not tell if she had any scars? But since Northgate Lai didn't care, there was nothing she could do. With a hong sound, a tower-like building in the distance collapsed, turning into dust. Everyone was already used to it. The buildings here were too old and couldn't be preserved at all. Even the words had disappeared. Northgate Lai casually glanced around. Just as he was about to leave, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a stone slab that had yet to completely turn to dust. He didn't know where the stone slab had fallen from, but there were traces of human carvings on it. His breathing was ragged and he suddenly rushed forward. Lillian and the others saw that Northgate Lai was acting strangely and immediately followed him. Northgate Lai tore through the void and appeared in front of the stone slab. He stared at the diagram on the stone slab as if he wanted to imprint it into his mind. Behind him, Lillian and the others had already arrived. Northgate Lai's eyes flashed and star energy swept out from the soles of his feet, turning the stone slab into dust. This action was very discreet and Lillian and the others did not notice it at all. By the time they arrived beside Northgate Lai, all they saw was a pile of dust. "Brother Lai, what did you see?" someone asked. Everyone stared at Northgate Lai with expectant eyes. Northgate Lai sighed. "I only saw a picture, but before I could see it clearly, the stone slab turned to dust." "What pattern?" the others asked impatiently, staring at Northgate Lai. Northgate Lai thought for a moment and then used his star energy to form a diagram in the air. Rather than calling it a diagram, it would be more accurate to call it a line. 9 circular objects surrounded an unknown object in the center. Everyone was confused, not understanding what it meant at all. Northgate Lai was helpless. It's been a long time and the patterns and colors have long since disappeared. All that's left are these lines. Of course, not everyone believed in Northgate Lai. But so what if they didn't? They couldn't force him to answer. Not to mention Northgate Lai's strength. Northgate Taisui was watching from outside. Lillian gave Northgate Lai a serious look before looking elsewhere. Everyone stopped thinking about it and looked at other places, trying to find the written records that had not disappeared. Since there were pictures left behind, it meant that not everything had been destroyed. Northgate Lai put on an act of looking around, but his mind was filled with the image. The image wasn't completely destroyed and there were still some patterns. He didn't know exactly what they were, but he was certain that 9 circular objects surrounded a flower in the center. He had to tell the old ancestor about this pattern after he got out. With the old ancestor's knowledge, he might know about it. Not too far away from Northgate Lai's group, a few people from the Tempest Flow Zone were walking together. Their leader was the man with the scorpion tattoo on his face. At this moment he was different from the rest of the group and his face was filled with excitement, to the point where he seemed to have forgotten himself. His name was He Zhong and he was the eldest disciple of the Fire Scorpion sect. Eldest senior brother. Could this place be related to the place that the sect has been searching for? A woman walked over and asked in a low voice. She sounded quite excited. He Zhong glanced at her coldly. "Shut up. How many times have I warned you? You're not allowed to say anything. Only you and I know about this among the disciples. If word gets out, we'll definitely die." "Yes, eldest senior brother, but I really want to know." The woman hugged He Zhong's shoulders tightly. Her breath smelled like orchids and her body's fragrance became even more alluring. He Zhong's breathing quickened and he glanced at the other disciples. He whispered, "Wait a little longer. Let me confirm it." "Thank you, eldest senior brother." The woman smiled and hugged He Zhong's shoulders even tighter. He Zhong's arms were completely buried in the waves in front of her. Outside the centipede's body, powerhouses appeared one after another, all of them vainly trying to enter to search for opportunities. However, they were all stopped by Northgate Taisui. An old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands had appeared, and some of the hunters who thought that they were very strong had their worldviews turned upside down. They sullenly propped up the centipede's body and anxiously stared at the structures within. Spacecraft after spacecraft charged into the centipede's body, as if there was a huge treasure trove inside. No one knew whether or not there was anything good inside the centipede's body, but at this moment Lu Yin and the others were in a very bad mood. Just a moment ago, an explorer had mysteriously died high up in the sky, right in front of everyone's eyes. He had fallen straight to the ground and his death was exactly the same as the others who had been scared to death. Everyone was stunned for a moment and then their hairs stood on end. No one knew how that person had died and this scene was too shocking. Lu Yin immediately took out the giant emperor's third eye and activated his domain. He activated the serious art and stared at his surroundings. He suspected that this was an invisible attack just like the layer of danger that covered the surface of a source box. Perhaps there was a source box inside the centipede's body, or perhaps the centipede itself was a source box. Everyone was filled with danger. Seventh bro, it's too scary. Scope. The monkey was apprehensive as he was also afraid. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked around. The others began to form groups and walk together as if they were familiar with each other. They also looked around nervously. No one spoke and it was as if there was an invisible blade hanging over everyone's heads. At this moment, a miserable howl woke everyone up and they all looked into the distance. They saw a white wave sweeping towards them. Lu Yin's expression changed and a chill ran down his spine. This was not a white wave. It was clearly an endless wave of white parasites that were wriggling towards the group. Everyone hurriedly retreated and countless attacks landed on the wave of parasites. However, only a small portion of the attacks were effective and most of the attacks were negated. These parasites had astonishing defenses. Only explorers' attacks are effective. Everyone else, retreat immediately. Someone shouted. Many of the cultivators who had yet to become explorers paled, and they all retreated. Lu Yin probed with his sky beast claw and tore apart a parasite. He was shocked to find that this parasite had no internal organs, and it was just a disgusting milky white mass of fat. Seventh bro, let's retreat. There's too many of them. Look at the sky. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin looked up and saw that many powerhouses were attacking the wave of parasites in the sky, but many of them jumped down and crashed into them. Some fell into the wave of parasites and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The area in front of them was filled with white parasites that turned the ground white. Lu Yin continuously retreated. He could kill the parasites but there were too many of them. Increasing his attack range meant that his attack power would decrease and it would also consume more energy. He was not so selfless as to help others. Many spatial cracks appeared in the void and many people tried to push the parasites into them. Even so, the endless wave of parasites continued to exist, and it did not seem to have decreased in number. Someone shouted and several explorers joined forces to tear open a giant spatial crack that descended into the wave of parasites. Many of the parasites were immediately sucked into the spatial crack and disappeared. When the crowd saw that this method was effective, they immediately followed suit, and the number of parasites visibly decreased. The situation seemed to be improving, but the monkey's next words pushed Lu Yin's mood to rock bottom. How many parasites are there in a creature's body? Hundreds of millions, and it's impossible to count them all. To a centipede, these parasites are just parasites. Seventh bro, how many do you think there are? Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he imagined hundreds of millions of parasites swarming towards him. No matter how many spatial cracks there were, they would not be able to devour all of them. The most he had seen so far were a few 100,000 parasites, and if that number increased by 100 times, he would lose all desire to fight. The most worrisome thing was that with so many parasites appearing, the buildings would be affected and destroyed. Even if there was anything left inside, it would be destroyed by the parasites. Many people already had thoughts of leaving. Lu Yin retreated again and again while attacking from time to time. Although his attacks were not many, they were effective and they were much stronger than those of the explorers. Every time he attacked, he was able to eliminate a portion of the parasites. Suddenly, a phantom appeared in the distance and pierced through the void. It streaked across the sky and an explorer fell straight into the wave of parasites. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw that it was a pike. A phantom pike had pierced through the explorer and killed him. So that was how it was. Those people who had been scared to death had all been killed by the pike's attack. The pike was a phantom and ordinary people could not see it. Lu Yin relied on his serious art, his domain and his lock-breaking tool to just barely see it. Although the phantom pike's killing was horrifying, Lu Yin relaxed. At the very least, he knew what had caused those people's deaths. Humans were naturally afraid of the unknown, and if he could not find the cause of their deaths, he would not have dared to enter. But where had the phantom pike come from? A new problem had arisen and there was definitely no one alive inside. Could it be these parasites? Lu Yin retreated as he stared into the distance. Not long after, another phantom pike appeared and streaked across the sky before disappearing. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This time the phantom pike did not attack anyone. Could it be that the direction was random? In order to prove his conjecture, Lu Yin increased the intensity of his attacks and coordinated with many other powerhouses to tear open spatial tiers. The wave of parasites decreased at a visible rate, and they were no longer as overwhelming as they had been at the start. Everyone was barely able to stop the wave from advancing. Another phantom pike shot out, but this time, it brushed past an explorer's shoulder. That explorer did not sense anything and continued to attack the wave of parasites. After that, another pike shot out from time to time in different directions, but only one of them was aimed at a person. Fortunately, Lu Yin had secretly pushed away the person who was about to be hit, or else there would have been another strange corpse on the ground. He was now certain that these phantom pikes were not attacking anyone, but rather were shooting out randomly. Where was the source? These were all phantom pikes. Could it be that there was an exceptional pike among them? When he thought of this, Lu Yin's heart grew fervent and he hoped to obtain it. Some people stayed behind to resist the wave of parasites, wanting to explore further while others left. The mercenary group that Lu Yin had encountered earlier was one of them. "Captain, you're still the wisest one. There are so many parasites that we can't kill them all and who knows how many more are inside. We made the right choice in retreating," someone flattered. Someone else immediately agreed. Chapter 388. The middle-aged commander took a puff of his cigarette and blew out smoke rings. 1, 2, 3, they dissipated into the air. He said in a melancholy tone, "If I hadn't brought you along, I wouldn't have retreated. However, since you've followed me, I will ensure your safety. No treasure can compare to your safety." The entire group was moved. Whoosh. The middle-aged commander blew out another smoke ring. This time the smoke formed various patterns. "Humans should live for themselves, but I can't do that. If we're going to live together. If we're going to die, we're going to die together." The entire group shouted. They looked at the middle-aged commander in awe. This was the man who was worth following for their entire lives. The touching atmosphere didn't last long before it was interrupted by a shout. More than 10 people appeared in the sky and looked down. One of them, an elder, stared at the middle-aged commander. "You guys came from inside? What's going on inside?" Before the middle-aged commander could speak, the young mercenary beside him shouted, "Who are you talking to? This is our great commander. Hurry up and come greet him." The middle-aged commander almost swallowed his cigarette. He pushed the young mercenary aside and smiled apologetically at the sky. So it's you from the Blaze Realm. There's a bug horde inside and there's a lot of them. Some people have even been scared to death. Everything else is fine." High up in the sky, the people from the Blaze Realm quickly rushed inside. Below, the mercenaries stared at the middle-aged commander in a daze. The middle-aged captain slowly lit his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring in a melancholy manner. "Only by enduring for a while can you achieve great things. Remember my words. Only those who can endure can become strong. Do you understand?" Everyone was confused. The middle-aged commander sighed. "If I have to die in the future, I'll definitely die in front of everyone." His words moved the atmosphere again. Everyone looked at the middle-aged commander in awe, and the young mercenary almost cried. The middle-aged commander smiled in relief. However, the atmosphere was destroyed in the blink of an eye. A young man with a cold expression and emotionless eyes suddenly appeared and stared at the middle-aged commander. "What's going on inside?" The middle-aged commander gulped and looked at the young man in front of him. He felt as if someone was holding a knife to his neck. "There's a bug horde inside and some people have died mysteriously." The young man raised his foot and instantly rushed past the group. Everyone stared blankly and the atmosphere was gone again. The middle-aged captain had a melancholy expression on his face, but he was already cursing in his heart. Where did all these perverts come from? He blew out a smoke ring and wanted to say something touching, but after blinking his eyes he decided to leave first. Most of the overwhelming insect horde was destroyed by them by breaking the spatial rift. Although there were still parasites joining in later, they were no longer a threat to them. Lu Yin continued to watch from the back, preparing to test the spear the next time it appeared to see how powerful it was. Before long, the people from the fire field arrived. There were 8 largest flow zones in the Innerverse, and they were collectively known as the 8 Great Flow Zones. The Blaze Realm was similar to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone in terms of power, and their appearance caused many people to shudder in fear. The foundations of the 8 Great Flow Zones were not something that the smaller flow zones could imagine. Just the Northline Flow Zone alone had produced an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, so the 8 Great Flow Zones definitely had such monsters as well. Otherwise, the Northgate family would not have needed to hide Northgate Taisue's existence, as they could have directly intimidated their neighbors. The people from the Blaze Realm were amazed as they watched the countless parasites battle with the cultivators. This was the first time they had encountered such bugs, and their defenses were comparable to an explorer's. However, they did not have much attack power and they could not move quickly either. They were like ordinary creatures wearing the shell of an explorer. "You come here." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in Lu Yin's ear. He turned around and saw Jared. Jared was pointing at Lu Yin. "Didn't you hear? Come here immediately." Lu Yin was stunned, but then he remembered that he had changed his appearance. Normal cultivators would be easily discovered if they changed their appearance, or else everyone in the universe would try to frame them. However, Lu Yin had cultivated the invisible aura technique, which hid the drawbacks of changing his appearance, so it was very difficult to detect. "Do you need something from me?" Lu Yin asked as he walked over to the group from the Blaze Realm. Jared's eyes were cold. "Go and find a corpse that died strangely." Lu Yin was astonished. "Me?" Jared frowned. "I'll say it again. Find a corpse that died strangely or you'll die." Lu Yin was furious, but he glanced at the group from the Blaze Realm, especially the 2 elders in front of him. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes, but he nodded and ran forward. There was a corpse there that had not been killed by the pike, but rather by the impact of the parasites. However, it did not matter since it was just a temporary measure. Soon Lu Yin was carrying a corpse and tossing it onto the ground. The people from the Blaze Realm hurriedly looked over. "He died from impact, not some strange death," one of the elders spoke up. He then stared at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. Lu Yin explained, "This person died strangely and fell into the wave of parasites. That's how he ended up like this. One after the other, there's no gap in time." The elder looked at the wave of parasites and reluctantly accepted this explanation. "Then tell me, what's so strange about a strange death?" Jared asked coldly. Lu Yin replied, "He was scared to death. There are ghosts here." "Nonsense, there are no ghosts in the universe." Jared shouted angrily. To the side, another elder coldly said, "All right, there's no need to argue about this." He then looked at Lu Yin. "You can leave now." "Wait, have you seen this person before?" Jared raised his gadget and tapped on the screen. Lu Yin's face appeared on it. Lu Yin shook his head and decisively replied, "No." Jared frowned and waved his hand impatiently. "Let's go." Lu Yin did not go very far. He appeared at the edge of the domain's range and eavesdropped on the conversation. "Do you really believe in ghosts?" Jared asked. One of the elders sighed. "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, attacks that can wipe out spiritual force do exist. We have to be careful." "Senior, I think our first priority is still to find Lu Yin," Jared said. "Lu Yin is one of the targets. He has a grudge with the Blaze Realm in the Astral Combat Academy, and he destroyed Fire's Melt Planet just as it was about to join us. He doesn't respect the Blaze Realm at all. The sect has ordered us to deal with this matter," the elder in the lead said. Jared was excited. "With the 2 of you helping, we can definitely kill Lu Yin. We don't necessarily have to kill him. If he's willing to submit to the Blaze Realm, we can also subdue him. Senior, I know this person very well. He's arrogant and has no respect for his elders. It's impossible to get him to join the Blaze Realm, so we have to kill him to solve any future problems for the sect. This is also Master's wish." The elder in the lead glanced at Jared. "This person has a complicated background. He's from both the 10 Arbiters Council and the Lockbreaker Society. It's rumored that he has the support of an even stronger powerhouse. Killing him will be troublesome. Jared spoke in a low voice. It wouldn't be easy to kill him in the outside world, but we're inside the centipede's body. The deeper we go, the harder it will be to connect to the network. As long as the two of you act quickly, he won't have a chance to ask for help or leave behind any video evidence. There won't be any worries. If the two of you are willing to help me, I promise to share the karmic flame sword with you. The two elders' eyes lit up when they heard about the karmic flame sword. They looked at each other and nodded. All right, this matter needs to be kept a secret. Otherwise, the sect will be in trouble. Senior, don't worry. Jared smiled coldly. In the distance, Lu Yin's face sank. It turned out that he was also one of the Blaze Realm's targets. The Blaze Realm already held a grudge against him for what had happened on Firesmelt Planet, and with Jared's bewitchment, the Blaze Realm's desire to kill him would only increase. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Since the two elders had been sent to deal with him, they definitely had some tricks up their sleeves. Lu Yin didn't want to fight them head-on, so he glanced at the wave of parasites in the distance and used Flash to disappear. More than 10 powerhouses were attacking the parasites in one direction when they suddenly heard a gust of wind and then nothing else. Lu Yin quickly dealt with the powerhouses and tossed them far away. He then let the parasites in and used his domain to conceal his aura before hiding on the back of one of the parasites. Countless parasites rushed in, and the first to bear the brunt of the attack were the people from the Blaze Realm. The location that Lu Yin was searching for was the closest to the Blaze Realm's group. The Blaze Realm's group had been leisurely at the back, but they hadn't expected the parasites to reach them in the blink of an eye. However, they didn't care as they were stronger than the average explorer. Even Jared had the ability to break through the parasites' defenses, so there was no need for him to break through to the explorer realm. This was the strength of a great power's battle techniques. Very quickly, the temperature within a 10-kilometer radius spread. The Blaze Realm's group attacked and killed the parasites much faster than the others. Their attacks didn't differentiate between friend and foe, and the endless heat quickly spread. Many cultivators were affected and they cursed out loud. However, the Blaze Realm's group didn't care at all. In the smaller flow zones, the powers of the greater flow zones had always been fearless. Lu Yin hid among the parasites and quickly approached Jared. He raised a hand and slapped out. His fight with this person in the Astral Combat Academy hadn't been that big. This person had tried to ban Lu Yin in the trial zones, and Lu Yin had also taught the Blaze Realm's group a lesson when he had banned the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin had thought that it was over, but he hadn't expected this person to want to kill him in the real world. This made Lu Yin want to kill him. The universe had always been about survival of the fittest, and Lu Yin wouldn't hold back. Lu Yin's palm landed on Jared's body without any hesitation. He had thought that he would be able to kill Jared, but the latter's body was extremely hard. Jared was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Flames rose from his body as pieces of metal melted and fell to the ground. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that Jared was wearing a ring armor. From the looks of it, it was a ring armor unique to the Blaze Realm that could withstand an attack from an explorer. In order to not expose his identity, Lu Yin hadn't used overlaying stacks, which had allowed Jared to escape with his life. Jared's heavy injuries attracted the attention of the Blaze Realm's group, and several of them attacked Lu Yin together. Lu Yin easily dodged their attacks and accelerated towards Jared. He wanted to kill him, but he was blocked by an elder from the Blaze Realm. The elder's surging flames transformed into a roaring lion that viciously attacked Lu Yin. Chapter 389. This power shocked Lu Yin as the flaming lion was actually enveloped by four-lined battle force, causing the void to distort. On the other side, the old man in the lead shouted and raised a hand. The flames transformed into a lion as well, and the four-lined battle force viciously charged towards Lu Yin. Two flaming lions enveloped in four-lined battle force surrounded Lu Yin and tried to kill him. Lu Yin had never underestimated the older generation's powerhouses. These people might have been very ordinary when they were young, but as time passed, some of these old fellows were not weak at all. They were much weaker than the geniuses of the same generation, but they had a huge advantage over the younger generation. These advantages could be transformed into terrifying battle prowess. The void around Lu Yin was scorched by the flames and he had nowhere to run. He raised his arms and pressed down on one of the flaming lions. He frowned and exerted force with both hands, causing his four-lined battle force to explode. With a bang, the two flaming lions dissipated. The next moment, the two elders closed in. "Junior, how dare you ambush someone from the Blaze realm? Die!" Lu Yin raised his arms in front of him to block, but he was sent flying by the intense heat. The two elders were used to working together and they attacked Lu Yin at the same time. However, Lu Yin did not continue fighting as he had already sensed their strength. He could not defeat them without revealing his identity, so he might as well borrow their strength to leave. Lu Yin wanted to leave, but the people from the Blaze realm could not stop him. They could only watch as he disappeared. Jared was helped up by a disciple from the Blaze realm, but he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was still in shock as he had almost died just now. Fortunately, he had put on a battle technique. The two old men came before Jared, their expressions solemn. "Who is that person? He was able to injure you with a single palm and escape from us. He must be a freak of the Limiters." Jared's eyes lit up. "Lu Yin, it must be him." The elder in the lead shook his head. "Probably not. If it was Lu Yin, you would already be dead." Jared wanted to retort, but he could not. Indeed, with Lu Yin's strength he really would have died if he had attacked. But who else could it be other than Lu Yin? He was an area master of the Astral Combat Academy, and he was considered a genius even among Limiters. The two elders in front of him were the elites of the explorers, and they were adept at working together. They were strong enough to fight against someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. To be able to escape from their hands, Jared really could not think of anyone else with such strength. Perhaps that person was Lu Yin, but he didn't want to expose his identity and be hunted down by the sect. That's why he didn't use too much force, allowing junior apprentice brother Jared to luckily escape with his life. Another old man guessed. Jared retorted, "Yes, that must be it. He's Lu Yin." The other disciples from the Blaze realm were busy destroying the parasites, and the two elders stopped guessing. Lu Yin had already escaped, so what if he was Lu Yin? It was a pity that they hadn't been able to catch him. They would have to be careful for the rest of their journey. If Lu Yin was determined to launch a sneak attack, neither of them could guarantee that they would be able to withstand it. Jared simply snatched the armor from a disciple of the Blaze realm and put it on. He was already scared. He had been so close to death just now, and he was so heavily injured that even Shamrock Enterprises medicine couldn't heal him in a short period of time. He wanted to retreat. In the distance, Lu Yin appeared and he looked back in surprise. These two old fellows were really strong. They had four-lined battle force, the Blaze realm's battle techniques and their battle armor. It would be impossible to deal with them without exposing his identity. Forget it, he would just wait a little longer. It was impossible for them to leave, so there would always be a chance. He didn't want to exhaust too much of his strength in a place like this. No one knew what dangers were waiting for him ahead. "Seventh bro, you've finally experienced the strength of a great power." Those two old fellows might have been ordinary disciples when they were young, or else they wouldn't have remained as explorers for so many years. But they've cultivated for so many years that they've even grasped battle force. If they work together, they can deal with you. This is the terror of a great power, and they have many disciples like that. The monkey gloated. Lu Yin looked up. "It doesn't matter. Wait until I'm a little stronger. What's the point of having so many disciples then? What I mean is that you can't fight alone anymore. If someone else had helped you just now, that brat would have died without a doubt." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "What are you trying to say?" "It's simple. I know that you want to rule the Great Yu Empire and then gradually push forward until you have unparalleled power. That's the big picture, but you can't always be alone when adventuring in the universe. That's too disadvantageous. You need to find teammates." Lu Yin muttered to himself. The monkey's words made sense, and he really did need to find some helpers. "Didn't you want to go to the Cosmic Sea? How can you do it without any teammates? Alone? What a joke. Even if the 10 arbiters wanted to go to the Cosmic Sea, they wouldn't be alone." "Then what kind of teammates do you think I should find?" Lu Yin asked. The monkey rolled his eyes. "How would I know? At the very least, they need to be pleasing to the eye and have enough strength. Seventh bro, I've realized that you're too utilitarian at times, and you only have eyes for the disciples of the great powers. Actually, many independent cultivators aren't weak, and they don't have any organizations to hold them back. The human domain's top 100 rankings aren't all disciples of the great powers. The monkey's words seemed to open up a new door for Lu Yin. He had always been limited to the great powers, but in reality, many independent cultivators were worth roping in. Out of all the cultivators in the universe, independent cultivators made up the majority. For example, most of the mercenary groups were formed by independent cultivators. The greatest advantage of independent cultivators was that they weren't tied down by any organizations. There were no conflicts of interest and they were easier to control. "Monkey, you spoke well today," Lu Yin said. The monkey was pleased. "Of course. Seventh bro, I'll give you a suggestion. As long as you take it to heart, it'll be of great benefit to you in the future. It'll also be very beneficial for you as you explore the cosmic sea." Lu Yin looked forward to it. "Go ahead. Look for more big-breasted girls. No one would want to kill a big-breasted girl. They're pleasing to the eye and they can soften the enemy's killing intent. Plus..." Before the monkey could finish his sentence, Lu Yin blocked him off. He had been serious for less than 3 minutes. Still, this suggestion was quite tempting. After a few days, the parasites were finally eliminated. At this point, even the people from the Blaze realm were exhausted, but no one was willing to rest. Instead, they all headed deeper in. The group was still at the broken limb, but they weren't far from where the limb and the torso met. Not long after, the group met up with another group of people and they all headed deeper in. They met quite a few people along the way and some of them didn't encounter any parasites at all. Although they didn't encounter any parasites, more and more people were killed by the phantom spears. The deeper they went, the more people died mysteriously and many of them felt like retreating. Half a day later, the group passed by a large pile of parasite corpses and saw Northgate Lie's group. They seemed to have been here for quite some time, but they didn't move forward. According to their observations, this was the end of the limb, and if they continued forward, they would enter the torso of the centipede's body. The powerhouses from the Blaze realm parted the group and Jared walked out. His face was still pale, but he was much better now. Although he wouldn't fully recover in a short period of time, he could still speak. "Brother Lie, long time no see," Jared greeted Northgate Lie politely. Northgate Lie looked at Jared with a puzzled expression. "You are?" Jared didn't get angry. "Jared, disciple of the Blaze realm's Poison Flame." Northgate Lie suddenly understood. "So you're Lord Poison Flame's disciple. I remember now. We've met before in the blazing mist flow zone." Jared smiled. "That's right. I've never forgotten Brother Lie's elegance. I didn't expect to see you here again." Northgate Lie nodded and looked past Jared to see the group from the Blaze realm. His gaze paused on the 2 elders and then he asked Jared, "Brother Jared, why are you guys so late? Did you encounter some parasites?" Jared smiled bitterly and told him about the parasite wave. "I thought that there weren't many of them, but I didn't expect that most of them would run in your direction. I'm sorry to have delayed you." Jared was puzzled. "Brother Lie, why didn't you guys go in?" Northgate Lie stepped aside and waved his hand. The people in front of him moved aside and the people from the Blaze realm looked over. They saw a spear stabbed into the ground in the distance and around the spear were a dozen corpses. They had all died in the same manner as if they had been frightened to death. The people from the Blaze realm were shocked. "What's this? Everyone should know that people have died mysteriously along the way and it's actually because of this spear. The closer you get, the easier it is for you to die mysteriously. This is an invisible attack," Northgate Lie explained helplessly. Around him, Lily Ann and the others were equally helpless. This attack couldn't be avoided because it couldn't be seen, and the spear was stuck at the intersection between the legs and the torso. If they didn't cross it, they wouldn't be able to enter, which was very troublesome. Jared and the others finally understood the reason for their strange deaths, and they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. This invisible attack was indeed aimed at one's spiritual force, and this attack was the most frightening. "Brother Lie, how do we get in?" Jared asked. Everyone was trapped within the legs and they couldn't enter the torso. The strongest person present was undoubtedly Northgate Lie. Although there were many explorers from the older generation present, it was very difficult to surpass an expert from the top 100 rankings. Only an expert from the older generation who had been a freak in their youth would be able to deal with him. The two elders from the Blaze realm had needed to work together to deal with Lu Yin, and it was the same for Northgate Lai. Furthermore, the top 100 rankings was a symbol of his status, which meant that he would definitely become an absolute expert in the future. Coupled with his status, most people wouldn't want to steal the limelight from someone like him. Northgate Lai pointed to a middle-aged man standing in a corner. This is a lockbreaker. Only a lockbreaker can neutralize the invisible killing intent created by the spear. Jared was shocked. We actually need a lockbreaker? Is there only one lockbreaker here? Northgate Lai nodded. One lockbreaker isn't enough. We need at least a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker or several discerning elementary lockbreakers, and they can't be ordinary discerning elementary lockbreakers. If we don't have a lockbreaker, then we can't enter? Jared was unwilling to accept this. Northgate Lai did not answer. His meaning was simple. It was impossible for an explorer to break through the spear's killing intent, and they could only neutralize it with a lockbreaker. We've already ordered people to return the way we came. The closer we are to outer space, the better the network connection will be. We'll request for lockbreakers from the outside world to come over, but it might take some time, Northgate Gang interrupted. Jared excused himself and then met up with the people from the Blaze realm to discuss something. Everyone was waiting for lockbreakers, but there were too few of them. There were thousands of people present, but there was only one lockbreaker. Chapter 390. Lillian suddenly said, Brother Lai, Lu Yin is also a lockbreaker. Northgate Lai's eyes flashed and he nodded. I know. Tempest Flowzone Zhong and the others had also arrived and were quietly waiting. Lu Yin observed for a while and also knew that the crowd was waiting for a lockbreaker. Seventh bro, you're not going to show yourself? Many people will be grateful to you if you show up now. Lu Yin replied, they'll only be grateful if I show up last. If I show up now, they'll think that it's only natural for me to help. Are you really going to help them enter? The monkey was curious. Lu Yin was also considering the situation. His secret sidestep could completely avoid the danger and enter the torso, but he wasn't sure what dangers lay within. He would rather have someone scout the area, but if there was something good inside, he would have to compete with these people. Northgate Lai was already difficult enough to deal with, and there were also the hidden experts from the Blaze realm. I've decided. I'll let them pass, Lu Yin said with certainty. The monkey was confused. Why? I won't destroy the spear. They'll need lockbreakers to help them enter, and it'll be the same if they come out. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The monkey was shocked. Catching a turtle in a jar? Seventh bro, you're too evil. Lu Yin wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. If they wanted to come out, then they could either charge through on their own or not compete with him. Even if someone could pass through the spear's danger on their own, Lu Yin could interfere. As long as no stronger lockbreakers appeared, this was his home ground. But now the problem was that he had to hurry. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if a stronger lockbreaker appeared. Lu Yin reverted to his original appearance and used flash to appear not too far away from Northgate Lai and the others, giving them a fright. Sorry for being late, everyone. I heard that they needed lockbreakers, Lu Yin said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. How could he have known that they needed lockbreakers when he had just arrived? It was obvious that he had arrived much earlier, but no one bothered to argue with him. Northgate Lai politely asked, Brother Lu, you should have heard of the situation. How about it? Are you confident? Lu Yin looked around and saw the hostile gazes of the people from the Blaze realm, the expectant gazes of Lily and the others, and the disdainful gaze of the lockbreaker in the distance. He stepped forward and approached the spear. Just as Lu Yin was about 100 meters away from the spear, the lockbreaker warned him, be careful. Don't disturb its aura or else the invisible attacks will increase, which will increase the number of casualties. Everyone hurriedly stopped Lu Yin when they heard this. They were afraid that he would do something that would affect others. Lu Yin frowned as this lockbreaker was quite sinister. He had forced Lu Yin into a corner the moment he had arrived, and if Lu Yin's lockbreaking failed, this lockbreaker would be able to push all the blame onto Lu Yin. May I ask who this is? Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man was displeased. 4 stars discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he did not report his name. What a coincidence. I'm also a 4 stars discerning junior lockbreaker. Back on Savage 8 planet, Lu Yin and the others had worked together to unlock the tree-shaped source box, which had raised his strength to 4 stars. He had only been 1 step away from 3 stars, and the tree-shaped source box had been a perceptive intermediate source box. If they had not worked together, Lu Yin would have been able to successfully unlock it on his own, which would have raised him to 5 stars. Although he was only 4 stars now, he had crossed 2 stars. The crowd was shocked, as they had not expected Lu Yin to become a 4 stars discerning junior lockbreaker at such a young age. There were not many lockbreakers at his age in the society, and only the 5 prodigies had reached 4 stars at such a young age. Even now, including Dao Bo and Sharon, there were not many lockbreakers who had reached Lu Yin's level at such a young age. Northgate Lai was shocked as well. Lu Yin had not been promoted for long, and they were not aware that he had reached 4 stars so quickly. This person's lock-breaking talent was just as astonishing as his combat talent. What? You're 4 stars as well? The middle-aged lockbreaker was shocked. Lu Yin raised his gadget and tapped on his screen. The middle-aged lockbreaker was stunned when he saw the 4 stars symbol on Lu Yin's lockbreaker page. When he looked at Lu Yin again, his gaze was no longer arrogant but rather humble. It was as if he could see the rise of the society's powerhouses in the future. I'm really sorry. I thought that you didn't have any contributions, but I didn't expect you to be a genius lockbreaker, the middle-aged lockbreaker said apologetically, his attitude changing drastically. Lu Yin did not say anything else and instead looked at the sourcebox catalog on his page. The video of him unlocking the tree-shaped sourcebox had a high purchase rate and he had earned quite a bit of money. Although he had to split the profits with the Lockbreaker Society, he had still received quite a bit. If he had not opened this page, he would have almost forgotten about it. This was also a way to earn money, and as his fame increased, the money would come in even faster. Lu Yin closed his screen and stared at the pike in front of him as he took a step forward. At this moment, no one tried to stop him and they all watched on nervously. Compared to the tree-shaped source box, this pike was much easier to deal with. Lu Yin dodged all of the phantom pike images that were shot out from time to time, and he even reminded the people behind him to avoid them. This made everyone's confidence in him grow. The middle-aged lockbreaker sighed in amazement. At most he could sense danger ahead of time, but he could not sense its exact location or direction. This was the difference between them. As they got closer and closer to the pike, Lu Yin could see that the void around the pike was enveloped by a sharp aura. The phantom pike was born from this sharp aura, and it was also because of this sharp aura that the group's path forward was blocked. He reached out and touched the sharp energy. This energy was based on the pike, and it condensed star energy into something that was similar to an offensive battle technique. No wonder you need to unlock a source box. This thing is like a simplified version of a predecessor's strength, the monkey exclaimed. But after so many years, much of its strength has disappeared. If this was just set up, then you're all finished, 7th bro. Lu Yin touched the sharp energy and tried to break down the star energy. There was some effect, but it was very slow. With his current speed, it would take him at least a few days to open up a path. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged lockbreaker. Let's work together and follow the direction I tell you. I'll guarantee your safety. The middle-aged lockbreaker subconsciously wanted to refuse, as he hoped to work with more lockbreakers. However, Northgate Lai and the others were all staring at him. Although they did not dare to do anything, the middle-aged lockbreaker still felt a lot of pressure. If he refused, it would be embarrassing if word got out. Helpless, the middle-aged lockbreaker approached Lu Yin step by step. Lu Yin pointed him in a direction and avoided the phantom pike images that appeared from time to time. Soon, the middle-aged lockbreaker arrived at Lu Yin's side. Let's begin. We'll unlock in this direction. The middle-aged lockbreaker did not object, and the two began to unlock at the same time. Outside, everyone watched on anxiously. Jared's eyes were sinister, and he looked at the 2 elders from the Blaze realm helplessly. We can't move for now, or else we won't be able to come out once we enter. The 2 elders nodded. We'll act according to the situation. Just as the monkey had said, after so many years, the sharp energy that had been born from the pike had been greatly worn down. Lu Yin and the middle-aged lockbreaker continued to unlock for an entire day. On the 2nd day, another lockbreaker appeared. Unfortunately, it was only a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, but having one more person was always a good thing. After another 20 hours, Lu Yin finally spoke up. Alright, you guys can go in now. The 2 lockbreakers were delighted, and they stepped over the pike and entered the centipede's torso. They were the first to step inside. Northgate Lai and the others widened their eyes and looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin had not completely removed the sharp energy so he could do it. But why would he rely on this pike to seal off everyone's path of retreat? I'll draw a path on the ground that everyone can follow to enter. However, I'll make it clear that this path will only be effective for 1 day. After that, it won't be usable and you'll need to unlock it again if you want to enter or exit, Lu Yin announced loudly. Someone in the crowd shouted, Brother Lu, why don't you succeed in 1 try? That way it'll be easier for everyone to enter and exit. Lu Yin looked up. Are you saying that you want me to unlock for you guys while you go in and explore? Sure, but I want 90% of everything that you guys find. That's too greedy. Someone exclaimed. No one took Lu Yin's words to heart. He wasn't stupid, so why would he unlock for them? Northgate Lai was the first to walk towards the torso, and he looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Thank you for your help, Brother Lu. Don't worry, the Northgate family will repay you generously once we get out. That's more like it, Lu Yin thought to himself, though he maintained a polite expression. One by one they all walked in. Lily and whispered to Lu Yin, be careful of the Blaze Realm. Although a path had been opened up in the sharp energy, the phantom pike had not completely disappeared and would occasionally reappear. Fortunately, Lu Yin had warned them, which made them feel much more at ease. However, it didn't take long for another person to die to the phantom pike. Jared glared at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, why didn't you warn us? The person who had died was from the Blaze Realm, and the people from the Blaze Realm looked at Lu Yin with unfriendly gazes. Lu Yin casually replied, I didn't see anything. Jared was furious, but he was stopped by the old man who calmly looked at Lu Yin. Little brother, being kind to others is also being kind to yourself. I hope you know what's best for you. Lu Yin sneered. I'm already being kind to you by letting you pass. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll throw you out. What did you say? Jared was furious, but then he coughed violently. His injuries were too severe and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't even look back as he walked further in. The people from the Blaze Realm were helpless, and the 2 old men looked at each other with cold, killing intent. This person had to be killed. The centipede's body was huge and the group didn't know which direction to take after arriving at the torso. In the end, many of them split up, with some going right, some going left, and some going in a straight line. Lu Yin followed Northgate Lai's group to the left. For some reason, the people from the Blaze Realm followed Northgate Lai's group as well, and soon there were several hundred people in the group. That's strange. Were these buildings built after or before the centipede's death? If they were built before, then where did the organs go? Someone asked. It should be after the centipede's death. That can't be right. This thing has been hiding in another space ever since it died. If not for Ancestor Northgate accidentally tearing through the void during his battle with the enemy, who knows how long this thing would have remained hidden. Chapter 391. While everyone was discussing this, there was a crack as the ground cracked open. Nearby, a building collapsed into dust, revealing a patch of white underneath. Many cultivators ran over excitedly, thinking that they had discovered something, but they soon felt their scalps go numb. It's all parasites. Be careful, don't alarm them. Everyone looked at their feet. Could it be that there were parasites down there? That meant that they were standing within a wave of parasites. This idea horrified everyone, and they immediately flew into the air, not daring to touch the ground for fear that the parasites would awaken. Someone suddenly spoke up. Do you guys think that the entire centipede is filled with parasites? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If that was the case, then it would be terrifying. With these parasites' defenses, even a hunter would find it difficult to charge out, let alone them. The centipede was so large that if it was filled with parasites, then it could drown many planets. The sheer number of parasites was enough to make anyone want to vomit. Northgate Gang barked. What's there to be afraid of? Our Northgate family's ancestor is here. So what if they're all parasites? Everyone relaxed. Right, there was an old monster outside with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. That old monster could destroy a large area if he wanted to. Everyone carefully flew forward, as they were worried that some idiot would alarm the parasites. That would be troublesome. The further in they went, the greater the pressure they felt. Suddenly, the person at the very front fell down and died. Everyone was horrified and they all turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It's that attack again. There must be a pike up ahead. Everyone froze in place, not daring to move. Brother Lu, could I trouble you to remind us again? Northgate Lai asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm sorry, Brother Northgate. I used up too much of my energy earlier and I really don't have any more energy. Northgate Lai's eyes flashed. How can Brother Lu recover your energy? Lu Yin looked up at the sky and then at the crowd. He calculated that there were more than 300 people here, and each person had 10,000 star crystals. Wouldn't that be 3 million star crystals? That was equivalent to 30 star essence. He had borrowed 50 star essence from Lulu, which meant that he would be able to repay more than half of his debt. As he thought about it, he grew excited. Why hadn't he thought of this before? If he had known, he wouldn't have helped these people lock break and just charged them entrance fees. Back then there had been 1,000 people present. Not only would he have been able to repay Lulu's debt, but he would have also been able to make a fortune. It was a pity that he had forgotten. Well, everyone knows that lock breaking consumes a lot of energy, so I'll have to buy some tonics to eat when I get out. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, Lu Yin said slowly, feeling a little embarrassed. Was he being too explicit? The monkey was embarrassed. Seventh bro, asking for money is an illness that needs to be treated. Northgate Lai's lips curled into a smile. He had already guessed that Zhou Xian liked money, and it was good that Zhou Xian had some hobbies. As he thought about it, he asked, how much does Brother Lu need? 10,000 star crystals per person. That's not a lot, is it? Northgate Lai nodded. Not much. He then tossed over a Mavis Bank crystal card. There's 300,000 star crystals inside. My Northgate family is paying for the various members of the Northline Flow Zone. There were less than 30 members of the Northline Flow Zone who had followed Northgate Lai in this direction, so 300,000 was more than enough. Lu Yin looked at the others. Everyone, the deeper you go, the more likely you'll encounter spears, and the more frequent those invisible attacks will be. Are you sure you don't need me to remind you? No one was too conflicted, as 10,000 was still within their reach. Soon Lu Yin began to collect the money, and he did so quite quickly. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Craner from the Blaze Realm had agreed to pay 20,000 star crystals. To these people from the Innerverse, 10,000 or 20,000 was still within their reach, but 100,000 wasn't much. That poor bastard Offan had already given them an explanation. The Elder from the Blaze Realm tossed a Mavis Bank crystal card to Lu Yin, which contained the money from the Blaze Realm's disciples. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He had already earned 3 million star crystals in such a short period of time. This money was too easy to earn. Right, he should extort some more when he returned to the Northline Flow Zone. Lu Yin felt like he had grasped a business opportunity for the future. Earning money from lock-breaking wasn't the only way. The true path to wealth lay here. Wherever lock-breakers were needed, there would be business opportunities. Brother Lu, I've already received the money. Please remind us, Northgate Lai said courteously. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, Brother Northgate. Of course. His expression suddenly changed, and he reached out with a hand that turned into a claw and pushed a young cultivator 100 meters away. Everyone was confused. Lu Yin said, fortunately I made it in time. Brother, you didn't lose out on 10,000. The cultivator who had been pushed away by Lu Yin was stunned. He had almost died just then. He looked at Lu Yin with gratitude. 10,000 for a life was definitely worth it. Everyone's hair stood on end and they subconsciously moved closer to Lu Yin, not daring to stray too far away. Lu Yin was pleased. This was his home ground. The deeper they went, the more illusory spears appeared, and Lu Yin's reminders rang out from time to time. Everyone's expressions grew uglier. This was too frequent. Was this for real? They were all stunned the entire time. Look, what's that? Someone suddenly cried out. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a tall building that looked like an ancient sacrificial altar. There were many buildings along the way, but they were all very ordinary and looked more like places for ordinary people to live. The altar, however, was different. It was the most important place for a clan, and the presence of an altar proved that they had arrived at the heart of the clan. Everyone increased their speed by quite a bit. Lu Yin suddenly shouted, "Be careful." That shorty in front crouched down. Up ahead, dozens of people crouched down together to avoid the illusory spears. Lu Yin was speechless when he saw this scene. Were they not confident in their own height? Of course, there were also those who were confident in their height. A man who looked like a bamboo pole leaped past the crowd and was the first to charge forward. He was not afraid of death. Northgate Lai's brows rose. He wanted to give chase, but he was also worried about the illusory spears. That person had no misgivings and he quickly shook off the crowd. Up ahead, many buildings had been reduced to dust, revealing the altar in the distance and its surroundings. There were many ancient buildings that looked much more majestic than the ones they had seen before. If what they had encountered before was a small tribe, then what they saw now was an ancient city. The bamboo man excitedly rushed into the city and towards the altar. He was from the Tempest Flow Zone's Fire Scorpion sect, and he had unintentionally heard of an ancient legend. He had deliberately walked in the opposite direction from He Zhong's group, afraid that He Zhong would snatch away all the benefits. That idiot He Zhong had thought that he was the only one among the disciples who knew that secret, but he did not know that Northgate Lai knew it as well. The moment he saw the altar, he disregarded his own life and rushed forward, all for the sake of that sliver of hope. If that sliver of hope came true, then his future would change. For this reason he would not hesitate to risk his life. So what if he died? He would rather die than have a bright future. He got closer and closer to the altar. Northgate Lai's eyes went wide and he clenched his fists, wanting to give chase. The bamboo man excitedly stared at the altar. He saw the words, the images, and the scene that caused his scalp to go numb. 5 spears. The bamboo man was terrified and he did not dare to get any closer. There was a thump as he quickly descended, and the moment his feet touched the ground, the entire city was reduced to ashes. Everyone stared blankly as no one had expected such a thing to happen. An enormous ancient city had been reduced to dust because of a light sound. Northgate Lai was furious. "You're courting death." He quickly rushed to the bamboo man's side and slapped the man's head. The man's eyes were still fixed on the altar, and his eyes were bloodshot as he slowly collapsed to the ground, completely dead. The others also rushed over and looked at the vanishing city with pity. They did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the bamboo man's death. If not for him, the city would not have disappeared. At the very least, they would have been able to see more of it, and perhaps they would have been able to discover something useful. However, the city had already disappeared and everyone was helpless. They could only look at the altar. "Be careful. Everyone back off." Lu Yin sternly warned as he grabbed a few people and pulled them back. Everyone looked up and saw the scene that the bamboo man had just seen. There were 5 spears and beneath each of them was a dried corpse. The head, hands, and feet had all been pierced through by the spears. The 5 spears had nailed this person to the ground. Everyone immediately retreated, feeling a chill run down their backs. They had been inside the centipede's body for so long, and even the words had disappeared. Now they were actually looking at an ancient dried corpse. This corpse's age was definitely far beyond their imagination. A corpse from ancient times. 5 spears dismembered it. How cruel. The monkey was horrified. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the altar. What kind of person would have such a deep hatred for this person to be dismembered by 5 spears? And on top of that, they had done it right on top of the altar. Northgate Lai and the rest silently looked at the altar and the dried corpse, their eyes flickering. There were also words on the altar and everyone tried their best to memorize them. At that moment, cracks appeared on the altar and it turned to dust just like the other buildings. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they stared at the dried corpse. Fortunately, the corpse had not turned to dust. This ancient corpse was very valuable for research, but the 5 spears made it so that no one dared to approach it. 1 spear was enough to kill everyone, let alone 5. "Hey look, there's something there," Lillian cried out. Everyone looked over and saw that the altar had disappeared, and the dried corpse had been dismembered by the 5 spears. There were black words on the corpse's left hand, and 3 spears had fallen about 100 meters away from the corpse. The moment they saw the spears, everyone's eyes lit up. Lu'in, Northgate Lai, the powerhouses from the Blaze Realm, and the other hidden experts all moved to snatch the spears. The 3 spears had fallen to the side and they posed no threat at all. Only a fool would not try to snatch them. Suddenly, the centipede's body trembled, and an ancient voice rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone retreat immediately. Violators will be killed without mercy. This was Northgate Taisue's voice. He had joined forces with many powerhouses to relocate the centipede's body, and he would not allow anyone else to touch the things inside. Lu'in and the rest ignored him and they all moved to snatch the spears. Lu'in and Northgate Lai were the closest to the 3 spears. Brother Lu, the Northgate family is willing to pay a high price for these spears. Please don't interfere. Northgate Lai shouted at Lu'in as he dodged the spears. Chapter 392. Although this person could not see the phantom spears, he had the ability to dodge them and had been hiding his strength all this time. How much? Lu'in asked, but his movements were not slow as he reached out to grab the 3 spears. Northgate Lai panicked, but he did not have time to speak. He raised a hand to attack Lu'in, but he was slower than Lu'in, so he could only attack. Lu'in did not dare to be careless and he turned around to exchange blows with Northgate Lai. A terrifying gale swept out, causing the ground to crack apart and startling countless parasites. At that moment, the 2 elders from the Blaze Realm arrived and tried to get past Lu'in and Northgate Lai to snatch the spears. Lu'in and Northgate Lai separated at the same time, each of them dealing with an elder. The elder from the Blaze Realm anxiously shouted, "Northgate Lai, you dare oppose the Blaze Realm? Blaze Realm, you dare oppose the 10 Arbiters' Council?" Lu'in shouted back. The elder was furious and he raised his hand to summon a flaming lion with 4-lined battle force, causing the temperature to rise. In the distance, the remaining people were not to be outdone, and they all rushed forward in an attempt to snatch the 3 spears. From underground, the parasites twisted their bodies and rushed out, causing the scene to become chaotic. Some of the hidden powerhouses unleashed their full strength, and at this moment besides Lu'in the other Limiters could not even get close. The intense battle caused the star energy to become chaotic. Not too far away on the altar, the 5 spears trembled for a moment before phantom spears shot out one after another, instantly killing a dozen people. Lu'in grabbed the elder from the Blaze Realm by the arm and raised a palm. 5-lined battle force erupted as 30 stacks viciously slapped out. Originally, the 2 elders had needed to work together to fight against Lu'in, but now that he was alone, the elder wanted to retreat but it was too late. Lu Yin's palm landed on his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and die. The other elder from the Blaze Realm was defeated by Northgate Lai, but Northgate Lai did not kill him. A phantom spear flashed past and Northgate Lai hurriedly dodged to the side. He looked up and saw that Lu'in had already arrived beside the 3 spears and was about to grab them. Northgate Lai grew anxious. Just as Lu'in was about to grab the spears, a sense of danger suddenly appeared. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes appeared in front of him, followed by a violent wave of energy that rushed towards Lu Yin's face. Lu'in dodged with flash and then raised his leg to kick out. There was a thump and a figure was sent flying back more than 10 meters. Lu'in looked over and saw a stranger, but he was very strong. With a whoosh, the figure attacked again, completely unfazed by Lu Yin's attack. Very few people could ignore Lu Yin's attacks. Although he did not use the overlaying stacks technique, Lu Yin's physical strength was something that even an elite explorer would not be able to withstand. However, Lu'in continued to attack as if nothing had happened. Lu'in refused to give up. He used Flash Step and fused his overlaying stacks into his leg, kicking out once more. The silhouette's eyes were cold as he growled. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet as he punched out. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. It was a corpse king. Bunga Berserk attack exploded out like a sudden clap of thunder. A gigantic crack in the void flew out like a bolt of lightning, affecting quite a few cultivators. Even Northgate Lai, who had just rushed over, was shocked and hurriedly stopped. In the distance, Lily Ann and the others were overwhelmed with shock. Where did such a powerful expert come from? The Corpse King was forced back by Lu Yin's kick once more. Its scarlet eyes closed as it did not want to be seen. However, it did not approach Lu Yin again. Lu Yin looked at the Corpse King fearfully. To be honest, he was a little apprehensive of the Neo-Human Alliance, especially after his recent encounter with the gray-eyed Corpse King. The power that the Corpse King had displayed had terrified him. If this Corpse King in front of him could also use the Corpse King transformation, then he would be in trouble. One cultivator after another mysteriously died as the phantom spears continued to attack with increasing frequency. Quite a few people had already withdrawn from the fight. Northgate Lai sensed the danger and hurriedly dodged. He panted heavily as he looked at Lu Yin, unwilling to give up. Lu Yin waved his hand and stored the 3 spears into his cosmic ring. He exhaled. He had obtained them. Countless parasites surged out from underground. The centipede's body shook even more violently. Lu Yin did not want to stay any longer as he could not guarantee that Northgate Taisui would not kill him. 7th bro, let's go. I've memorized it, the monkey said. When they had snatched the 3 spears, Lu Yin had asked the monkey to use his innate gift of shadow to approach the corpse and record the black text. He had thought that it would be easy, but he had not expected the monkey to take so long to memorize it. Lu Yin glanced over. Where's the text? Don't look. I wiped it, the monkey said excitedly. Why did you wipe it? The more people who know about it, the less valuable the text is. You don't understand. This is called the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Nobody noticed it, right? Lu Yin asked as he agreed with the monkey's words. Don't worry. These people will just think that the text was swept away by the shockwaves of the battle. Aside from me, there shouldn't be anyone else who has memorized it, the monkey said confidently. Let's go. Lu Yin barked and he quickly retraced his steps. Northgate Lai shouted, Brother Lu, you can't take it all for yourself. The Northgate family is willing to pay a high price for it. Jared did not have time to think about how Lu Yin had killed a powerhouse from the Blaze Realm, and he also shouted, My Blaze Realm is also willing to pay a high price for it. At the same time, we'll protect Brother Lu's life and allow you to safely return to the Outerverse. Quite a few people spoke up as they all wanted to obtain the spears. Lu Yin ignored them and quickly rushed out. However, he still turned back to look at the Corpse King, but it had already disappeared without a trace. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King was more bizarre than anyone else's. The tremors grew more intense, and the attacks from the phantom spears became more frequent. Many people had already died. With Lu Yin's speed, no one could keep up with him once he charged out at full speed, not even Northgate Lai. Not long after, Lu Yin returned to the intersection between the legs and the torso. There he saw a group of people anxiously waiting for him, including the middle-aged lockbreaker who was anxiously lockbreaking. Lu Yin was delighted when he saw this. Without him, this group of people would not be able to leave. Northgate Taisui had already placed the centipede's body inside, and he would not allow anyone else to enter. In other words, the only person who could help these people leave was Lu Yin. The middle-aged lockbreaker was delighted when he saw Lu Yin. Mr. Lu, please help us get everyone out of here as soon as possible. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a vast expanse of white approaching. Sure enough, there were parasites appearing in another direction as well, and there were even more. Perhaps the entire centipede's body was filled with parasites. If you want to leave, you have to agree to one condition. Lu Yin shouted. What is it? Someone hurriedly asked. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Everyone must swear that the moment you leave the centipede's body, you will disguise yourselves as Lu Yin. No one is allowed to stay, and you must leave the Northline flow zone immediately. The crowd was not stupid, and when they heard Lu Yin's condition, they immediately knew that he had either obtained something good and was afraid that it would be stolen by the Northline flow zone, or that he had offended someone. However, no one cared and they all agreed. Soon, everyone finished swearing their oaths. Lu Yin walked over to the middle-aged lockbreaker's side and began to lockbreak. Not long after, Northgate Lai was the first to arrive. He immediately rushed over when he saw Lu Yin, but he was stopped by the others. Brother Northgate, no matter what happened over there, Lu Yin is currently opening a path for everyone to escape. Brother Northgate, please put aside your grudges for now. Northgate Lai frowned and rushed out again. If he wanted to take action, no one could stop him. However, before he could get very far, he suddenly stopped and looked in front of him in shock. Why are you here? Lu Yin, who was in the middle of lock breaking, turned around. Was there someone here who could stop Northgate Lai? The others were shocked as well. Northgate Lai was an expert on the top 100 rankings, but there was actually someone who could stop him, and this person was also very young. If there's any grudges, let's talk outside, the youth who had blocked Northgate Lai said coldly. This person's appearance was ordinary and he was dressed simply. He did not carry any weapons and there was nothing special about him. He looked just like an ordinary person, but his appearance caused Northgate Lai to feel apprehensive. Northgate Lai's expression turned serious. Do you think you can stop me? Xianxia, you placed too much importance on the top 100 rankings. Many people behind him cried out in surprise. Everyone had heard of Xianxia before. He was ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings, and he was known as the Heavenly Network's Xianxia. Lu Yin was astonished as another expert from the top 100 rankings had appeared. There were far more than 100 top 100 rankings in the universe when including the flow zones. On average, one top 100 rankings was not enough for each weave. Even if the outer verse weaves were not included, there were still more than 100 flow zones of various sizes in the inner verse. The chances of encountering an expert from the top 100 rankings were far too low, but two of them had suddenly appeared here. No matter what Northgate Lai said, he did not act in the end. If the top 100 rankings were meaningless, then no one would fight over it. Since Xianxia was ranked ahead of Northgate Lai, there had to be a reason for it. Lily and the others soon arrived, and when they found out that the person blocking them was an expert on the top 100 rankings, they were similarly shocked and no one dared to act rashly. Brother Lu, think carefully. Even if you leave the centipede's body, you're still in the North Line flow zone. With Ancestor Northgate here, do you think you can escape? Northgate Lai did not care about being exposed and he shouted directly. This was the North Line flow zone, and Northgate Taisui's existence gave him the greatest confidence. Lu Yin did not answer. On the other side, He Zhong's eyes flashed. Had Lu Yin obtained something? Lu Yin, there are some things that you can't take away. You better be sensible. Northgate Gang shouted. Lu Yin frowned. Everyone, the insect wave is about to arrive, and these people are blocking everyone's escape route. With their strength they can leave, but most people won't be able to. Do as you see fit. Lu Yin's words caused Northgate Lai and the others to look at him with hostility, and even many of the people who had been chasing Lu Yin blocked his path. Brother Northgate, if you have any grievances, we can talk about them after we leave. You don't want everyone to die here, right? That's right, Brother Northgate. Please give us some face. Brother Northgate. Northgate Lai's gaze turned cold. Fine, I won't attack you while we're inside the centipede's body. Brother Lu, be smart and make your own decision. This is the North Line flow zone. To Northgate Lai, handing over the spear to his family was completely different from asking his family to steal it. However, there was no way for him to steal it now. Lu Yin's stubbornness and stupidity had exceeded his expectations, so he could only give up. But just as he had said, this was the North Line flow zone and Lu Yin could not escape. Lillian did not understand. Lu Yin was not stupid, so why would he not hand over the spear? There was no way he could escape. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. What had this person obtained? Seventh bro, are you sure you can escape? That's an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, the monkey questioned. Lu Yin calmly replied, I can't escape, but handing over the spear to Northgate Lai and the Northgate family are two different things. What do you mean? The monkey did not understand. Lu Yin did not explain. If he was so easily forced to hand over the spear, then no one would care about him in the future. He wanted everyone to know that he was not someone who could be easily bullied. Even if he walked down a path of no return, he still had the ability to survive. Against an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, Astral 10 could not be relied on. He also did not want to expose his relationship with Heizij Leon. Thus there was only one way out. But before that he would do his best to escape. Even if someone wanted to capture him, that old monster would have to put in some effort. He wanted everyone to know that Lu Yin would not be threatened and that he would be amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Chapter 393. The insect wave quickly appeared and everyone began to fight against the parasites. This place had been unlocked once before and the second time was not as complicated. In less than half a day, Lu Yin had opened up a path to leave. Unfortunately, he had to rush out. He had originally planned to charge entrance fees, but that was no longer appropriate. Otherwise, he would incur the wrath of the crowd, and if some people died because of him, it would be tantamount to starting a feud. It was not worth it. However, he had already found a new way to make money and his future was promising. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Northgate Lai did not act against Lu Yin again, and many people were curious about what Lu Yin had obtained. However, no one believed that he could escape, and it was only a matter of time before he handed it over. After a while, Lu Yin was the first to reach the edge of the broken limb. He boarded his personal spacecraft and the explorers immediately rushed out. Many Limeters also boarded their spacecraft and rushed out as well. Northgate Lai's speed was about the same as Xianxia's, and they both rushed out of the broken limb at the same time. Northgate Lai was just about to say a few words to Xianxia when he saw a scene that left him speechless. Xianxia had turned into Lu Yin. Northgate Lai blinked in confusion. "What are you doing?" Xianxia calmly replied, "See you later." He then accelerated out of the limb and flew off into the distance. Northgate Lai was stunned in place, unable to react for a long time. Lillian appeared behind him. "What's wrong, Brother Lai?" Northgate Lai's expression changed and he suddenly attacked a personal spacecraft that was flying off into the distance, forcefully stopping it. He stared at the person inside and saw that it was another Lu Yin. To be more precise, it was Lu Yin. Lillian was shocked. "What's going on?" Northgate Lai was furious and he glared at the person inside the spacecraft. "Why did you turn into Lu Yin?" The person trembled in fear. "Lu Yin used lock breaking as a condition to force us to swear that we would turn into him and leave the North Line flow zone." Northgate Lai was shocked and he looked behind him. Explorer after explorer flew out of the broken limb and a few of them looked like Lu Yin. What was even more hilarious was that a small spacecraft flew past, and the dozens of people on it all turned into Lu Yin. Cultivators cared about their hearts, and since they had sworn an oath, they would not go back on it unless it was something too important. Thus, the scene that Northgate Lai was witnessing had occurred. This scene was astonishing as it had never happened before and Northgate Lai did not know what to do. It wasn't just Northgate Lai. Outside the centipede's body, many of the cruisers and stronger powerhouses who were helping Northgate Taisui hold up the centipede's body were also stunned. How could there be so many Lu Yin? There were many people who had entered the centipede's body, and they all rushed out one by one. Some joined up with the powerhouses while others left immediately. Xianxia, for example, flew off into the distance like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. He was still wearing Lu Yin's appearance. At this point, the real Lu Yin had already flown quite a distance away. He turned back to look, hoping that he could escape. This method was to buy time. However, before he could rejoice for long, the spaceship suddenly stopped. No, it should be said that the entire starry sky stopped. The void was dragged by an indescribably terrifying force, and all the spaceships in an unknown area were forcefully dragged back. Lu Yin sighed. There really was no way to escape. An old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands had unimaginable strength. "Seventh bro, just accept your fate. Actually, the pikes aren't that important." That corpse was nailed to death by 5 pikes and the pikes weren't retrieved. You should know that they aren't that important. What's really important are the words, the monkey said helplessly. Lu Yin sat peacefully within the spacecraft. He knew that the monkey was right and the pikes were just weapons. He did not care too much about them, but he did not accept threats. Was this his fate? Not necessarily. The centipede's body was placed in outer space not too far away from the Northgate family. Many powerhouses had used a planet as a foundation to create a continent out of thin air for the centipede's body. At this moment, more than 100 powerhouses stood in outer space, not daring to make the slightest sound. Northgate Taisui was shrouded in the void and no one knew where he was looking. With Northgate Taisui at the center, the entire universe was like a giant whirlpool. Everything in outer space was pulled in, regardless of whether it was a person, a spacecraft, an astral beast, or even a celestial phenomenon. Nothing could escape Northgate Taisui's power. This power caused even enlighters like Boss Northgate, Granny Chan and Tai Sa to tremble. They were not even on the same level. With a bang, a spacecraft exploded, and the man inside returned to his original appearance in a panic. Northgate Kong waved his hand and the man was taken away. Then another spacecraft exploded. Spacecraft after spacecraft exploded. Regardless of whether they had changed their appearances or not, as long as they were in a spacecraft, they were all captured. Even explorers could not escape, and none of those who had entered the centipede's body could escape. Even the nearby shipping spacecraft and military forces were unable to escape. Everyone was forcefully placed on a planet not too far away. Xianxia was there as well, and he stared expressionlessly at outer space. Jared sneered. This Lu Yin had been blinded by greed. How could he possibly escape from an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands? He was too naive. The Blaze realm had suffered heavy losses during this trip to the centipede's body. 2 elders had died, one at Lu Yin's hands. The other had not died, but Jared had sent him on his way. As for the culprit, it was still Lu Yin. From now on, the Blaze realm's enmity with Lu Yin would grow, and this was Jared's greatest gain. Northgate Lai stood beside Northgate Kong, his eyes fierce as he glared at the people who had taken on Lu Yin's appearance. A small spacecraft's hatch opened, and dozens of people who had taken on Lu Yin's appearance walked out. They were all timid and Northgate Kong's face darkened. He impatiently waved for them to be taken away. Everyone in the surrounding space had been captured, and Northgate Kong inspected them one by one. Actually, he did not need to do it himself, but since Northgate Taisui had spoken, he had to do it himself, which made him rather unhappy. With a bang, a spacecraft exploded, but there was nothing inside. Northgate Kong frowned. No one. Where was everyone? On a planet, a wooden-faced man quietly looked at the sky. Next to him was the middle-aged captain who had spat out smoke rings. Next to him were dozens of mercenaries. Brother, you're very calm. Not bad. Only with this kind of mentality can one survive in the universe. It's been a long time since I've seen a youth as calm as you, the captain lamented as he looked at the wooden-faced man. On the other side, Xianxia glanced over. Actually, although the universe is dangerous, as long as one's heart is as steady as a rock, has the courage to face difficulties, and is willing to sacrifice for their companions, one will be able to make a name for themselves. The captain sighed once more and the atmosphere around him suddenly turned heavy. The wooden-faced man's expression did not change and he continued to look at the sky. The captain blew out a smoke ring. I've sacrificed too much for my companions. Captain, we pledge our lives to serve you. The dozens of mercenaries shouted, attracting quite a few people's attention. Xianxia frowned and glanced at them strangely again. Jared growled from nearby. Shut up. The captain pursed his lips. The wooden-faced man glanced at Jared. Shut up. He said it well and I'm touched. Jared was furious and he clenched his fists. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I'm from the Blaze realm. I'm from the Ice realm. The wooden-faced man curled his lips. Jared was so angry that he trembled. The captain sighed as he looked at the wooden-faced man. Little brother, do you want to join my mercenary group? I like you. Brother, you'll have a bright future if you follow the captain, the dozens of mercenaries shouted. Xianxia glanced over again and was left speechless. At this moment, Northgate Taisui turned around in outer space. His gaze swept past all the powerhouses and landed on the planet where the captive had been placed. The void around his body distorted and his appearance could not be seen. However, his eyes seemed to appear in everyone's hearts, and they felt like they were being oppressed by the vast stars. Finally, Northgate Taisui's gaze landed on the wooden-faced man. Come out, kid. The man was pulled out and his appearance changed. He was Lu Yin. Lu Yin was helpless. When the spacecraft had been captured, he had deliberately put on his universal armor and snuck into the small spacecraft. He had been placed on the planet with the dozens of Lu Yins, but he had still been found. The moment he was pulled out, the captain and everyone else were stunned. Wasn't this Lu Yin? How had he gotten in? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. This person was rather interesting. Jared was furious. So was this bastard. The middle-aged captain swallowed his saliva. Had he said too much just now? In outer space, countless people watched as Lu Yin's body was covered in a layer of star energy, making him look like a marionette. This layer of star energy ensured that he would not explode in space. In reality, Northgate Taisui did not know that Lu Yin would not explode even without the protection of star energy. His strength as a limiter was enough to survive in space. Northgate Lai sneered when he saw Lu Yin being pulled out. He had already said that Lu Yin would not be able to escape. Lillian frowned. This was too unwise. Poison Flame's gaze turned sharp. He had hoped that Lu Yin would escape so that the Blaze Realm could take action. In front of such great benefits, Lu Yin's status would not be able to protect him. Bright Kid. As a representative of the 10 Arbiters Council, you were able to witness the Northline Flow Zone's Northgate platform competition. My Northline Flow Zone has treated you with great respect, but leaving without saying goodbye is a little too much, Northgate Kong said calmly. Everything was under control. Lu Yin apologized. I'm sorry, Northgate family leader. I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave. Northgate Kong nodded. You can leave, but shouldn't you share what you obtained from the centipede's body? Kid, you're a smart person, so there's no need for me to spell it out so clearly. Don't worry, I won't let you leave empty-handed. If not for Northgate Taisui, Astral 10 would have been able to guarantee Lu Yin's safety. However, at this moment, Lu Yin did not even have any thoughts of contacting Astral 10. His goal had been clear from the start. He would only keep one of the 3 pikes, but even if he had to hand it over, he would not be threatened. Family leader Northgate, are you referring to the 3 pikes that I obtained from the centipede's body? Lu Yin asked loudly. Many people were shocked. It was actually the pikes. Chapter 394. Everyone left the centipede's body and had long since told everyone what had happened, especially the fact that the invisible attack had come from a pike. Such a pike was definitely not ordinary. There were also many who knew that Lu Yin had obtained 3 pikes, but they were not surprised. Northgate Kong smiled. Kid, there's no point in talking too much. Or perhaps, who are you waiting for to take you away? You're underestimating the Northgate family. Lu Yin was helpless. Northgate family head, I'm very curious. Although the spear has an attack that can kill spiritual force, it's only effective against the weak. You can ask Northgate Lai who's behind you and he'll be able to avoid the attack. It's not that useful to your Northgate family. You don't need to worry about that. Hand them over. Northgate Lai barked. Lu Yin sighed. I'm sorry, Northgate family head, but you're too late. I'll keep one for myself, but the other 2 have already been given to someone else. Northgate Kong's face sank. Kid, don't think too highly of yourself. Your identity is indeed troublesome, but it's not enough to render my family helpless. If you think that you can rely on your identity to safely roam the universe, then that's child's play. Lu Yin's identity was enough to strike fear into the outerverse, but it was not enough to stop the innerverse's great powers. When the benefits reached a certain level, one could calculate the gains and losses. To the Northgate family, the ancient item within the centipede's body was extremely valuable, and it was enough for them to bear the responsibility of the Lockbreaker Society and the 10 Arbiters Council. However, with Northgate Taisui around, the Northgate family was not afraid. The 10 Arbiters Council would not recklessly go against an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands just for Lu Yin. Even if Lu Yin died, there would still be someone to help cover up the truth. As long as both sides could maintain their dignity, the Northgate family would be able to settle this matter by paying a small price. As for the Lockbreaker Society, they would also have to pay a small price. The rules seemed fair, but there would always be a group of people who were above the rules, and the only thing that mattered was whether something was worth it or not. Nobody would break the rules in a battle between the younger generation, but things were different now. The pikes came from ancient times and the Northgate family had to keep them. Lu Yin raised his gadget and tapped on a screen. Northgate family head, the person I'm giving them to has a sensitive identity. Why don't you have a chat with him? An old man appeared on the screen. His black and white hair was mixed with a trace of gray, which was the symbol of the Night King clan. This old man was Night King Yuanjing. The Day-Night clan had been keeping a low profile as of late, and all of their focus had been placed on the Astral Beast domain in order to rescue the third Night King. The information that Lu Yin had given them had not been wrong, and they had indeed found the entrance to the great realm of nothingness. However, things were not that simple. Even if they managed to enter the great realm of nothingness, they would find it difficult to rescue the third Night King. They would encounter all sorts of dangers which gave Night King Yuanjing and the rest a headache. Night King Yuanjing was just about to contact Lu Yin. Even though he knew that Lu Yin probably did not know anything, he was still looking forward to it. However, before he could reach out to Lu Yin had already contacted him. Night King Yuanjing was delighted to see Lu Yin. "Little Yin, how did you find the time to contact Grandpa Yuanjing?" Night King Yuanjing's appearance not only shocked Northgate Kong and the others, but even Northgate Taisui looked over. The Night King clan was not something that the Northline Flow Zone could afford to provoke. Many people felt their hearts skip a beat. Didn't Lu Yin have a grudge with the Day-Night clan? How could he still contact the Night King clan? Lu Yin was also delighted to see Night King Yuanjing. Grandpa Yuanjing, Little Yin obtained 3 pikes from an ancient centipede. I was planning on giving one to Zhou Day-Night, but I couldn't contact her. Does Grandpa Yuanjing know where she is? Night King Yuanjing's eyes lit up. Ancient centipede? Little Yin, where did you get that ancient centipede? Lu Yin pointed his gadget into the distance, and a giant centipede appeared before Night King Yuanjing's eyes. Night King Yuanjing was astonished. It really is an ancient centipede. Suddenly, Night King Yuanjing's pupils shrank when he saw Northgate Taisui. The scene fell silent for a moment. Northgate Taisui looked at Night King Yuanjing, and the distorted void around his body calmed down. His appearance appeared before everyone's eyes, and he looked like an ordinary old man. Night King Yuanjing hesitated when he saw Northgate Taisui's appearance. "You look familiar." Northgate Taisui spoke with an aged tone. "So it's an expert from the Night King clan. I haven't seen you in a long time." Night King Yuanjing's eyes flickered and he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Northgate Taisui." Northgate Taisui laughed. "You're quite knowledgeable if you can recognize me." Night King Yuanjing sighed. "It's rumored that Senior Northgate Taisui has gone into seclusion and hasn't appeared for many years. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to meet Senior today." Northgate Taisui shook his head and smiled bitterly. "What's there to meet with an old man like me?" He then glanced at Lu Yin. "Kid, you're quite capable to be able to bring out the Night King clan. My Northgate family isn't greedy, so you can keep one for yourself and gift one to the Day-Night clan. As for the last one, my Northgate family will purchase it. How about it?" Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin. He wasn't stupid and he knew that Lu Yin was using him to avoid disaster. However, he didn't care as this was the prestige of the Night King clan. Even an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands would still have to give the Night King clan face. Besides, they had also obtained a spear from the ancient centipede. Lu Yin was curious as to whether or not this spear could bring back any information from ancient times. Furthermore, the Northline Flow Zone did not have the ability to monopolize this centipede. Lu Yin relaxed as he had made the right bet. Northgate Taisui was also afraid of the Night King clan, but Lu Yin did not know whether to be happy or worried. The Night King clan was too overbearing and it would be troublesome to make an enemy out of them. Lu Yin had already gone too far on the road to becoming their enemy. At this moment, Lu Yin's emotions were very complicated. Because he had brought out Night King Yuanjing, the Northgate family had become fearful and had achieved his goal, but because the Night King clan was too powerful, he was worried about his future. However, now was not the time to think about such things. He took out a spear and threw it at Northgate Kong. Since Senior has spoken, this Junior has no reason to disobey. Northgate Kong's mouth twitched. Why wasn't Lu Yin so obedient earlier? Northgate Lai's face sank as the nature of the situation had changed. A puny Lemaitre had actually taken the initiative and had even provoked the ancestor to personally speak up. This was too humiliating for them. Lu Yin looked at Night King Yuanjing and smiled. "Grandpa Yuanjing, there's also a spear for Zhou Day-Night. Where is she?" Night King Yuanjing smiled. "That girl has a wild personality and I'm not too sure either. How about this? You keep it for now and there'll be a banquet soon. You can personally give it to her then." Lu Yin was confused. "Banquet?" Night King Yuanjing smiled. "It's hosted by my Night King clan, and it's a grand banquet for the younger generation to exchange knowledge. Zhou will also be there. Little Yin, you can get closer to him. After all, he's one of the top elites of the younger generation. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Arbiter Zhou would also be there. Banquet? He did not refuse, as this was an invitation from Night King Yuanjing. If he refused, it would be too disrespectful. However, he was a little apprehensive about going to the Night King clan. He wouldn't be assassinated, right? With the Night King clan's strength, even if they killed him, no one would dare to say a word. No, he had to think of a way. Heizage Leon could protect him, but he really did not want to reveal his relationship with the Pirate King. It would affect his reputation too much. After ending his conversation with Night King Yuanjing, Lu Yin looked at Northgate Kong and smiled. Northgate family head, how much is the Northgate family willing to pay for this spear? Northgate Kong looked at the spear in his hand. He could not tell what material it was made of, but it had an invisible sharp aura. This aura could attack one's spiritual force, but it was not very effective. At most, it could be used against ordinary explorers, but elite explorers would be able to avoid it. There were no written records on this spear, so its overall value was not as high as Lu Yin had expected. It was no wonder why this brat had been so straightforward. Brother Lu, how much do you want? Northgate Lai asked. It was not appropriate for Northgate Kong to be involved in such matters, as he did not want to discuss the price with a junior. Lu Yin thought about it. How much can you pay? How much do you want? Can you give me as much as I want? That depends on whether it's worth it or not. That's right. Just tell me how much it's worth. Northgate Lai was furious. He was an expert on the top 100 rankings, but he was actually haggling with this person. It was too embarrassing. Northgate Kong casually tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. There's 100-star essence inside. That should be enough. He then left without looking back. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. 100-star essence was a sum he had never seen before. In addition to what he had obtained from the centipede's body and what he had left, he now had nearly 150-star essence, which was roughly 15 million star crystals. How much money was that? It was a bit of a headache for him to hold on to. That spear was definitely not worth that much, but Northgate Kong did not want to waste his breath on Lu Yin. He also understood that Lu Yin had made such a big deal because he did not want to be threatened and he did not want to open his mouth. The Northgate family had been treated as a stepping stone, and they had to be treated as a stepping stone. This was the effect that Lu Yin had wanted. Even an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands could not threaten him, so anyone who wanted to make a move against him would have to open their eyes. However, after this incident, Lu Yin and the Northgate family would be at odds. It would be very difficult for him to smoothly control the younger generation of the Northline flow zone unless he defeated Northgate Lai. Lu Yin looked up and coincidentally met Northgate Lai's gaze. Northgate Lai bore a grudge against Lu Yin. If Lu Yin had been able to snatch the spear from the centipede's body, then he would not have had to deal with this matter. The Northgate family had even sent out Northgate Taisui, but he could not even threaten a junior. This was a loss of face, and the family would place all of this on Lu Yin's head. Brother Lu, will meet again at the Nightfall banquet. I'd like to see your skills then, Northgate Lai said coldly. Lu Yin smiled. All right, we'll meet again at the Nightfall banquet. Northgate Taisui removed the seal on outer space and everyone could leave. Many people looked at Lu Yin in amazement and admiration. He had guts, and even Northgate Taisui could not threaten him. Jared looked at Lu Yin with even more shock. Qinshan sized up Lu Yin seriously before leaving. He would also appear at the Nightfall banquet and they would meet again at that time. Right now there was an awkward situation. There were no more spacecraft and almost all of the people who had been captured had been destroyed. Everyone was now searching for a new spacecraft. Lu Yin was still fine, as Lily and had immediately contacted him and gifted him a spacecraft as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 395. Although Lu Yin had some animosity with the Northgate family, he had also exposed his abilities, so many people were still trying to get on his good side. Brother Lu, the spear should be useless to you. You haven't learned any spear fighting skills. Why don't you sell it to my Lily family? Lillian took the opportunity to ask. Her eyes blinked as if she was looking forward to it. Luin shrugged. Sorry, but I want to keep it as a souvenir. Lillian rolled her eyes. All right, feel free to contact me if you want to sell it. My Lily family has the money. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. As long as he agreed, he would immediately receive another 100-star essence. However, he decided against it after thinking about it for a while. This sort of weapon that could attack spiritual force was still worth studying. Right, Miss N, is the Northgate platform competition over? Luin asked. Lillian replied, it's over. The Northgate family won, so you can report to the 10 arbiters now. Luin nodded and then piloted a spacecraft towards Astral 10's location. 7th bro, why didn't you sell the spear? It's not that useful and it might have been a standard weapon in ancient times. Didn't you see that Night King Yuanjing didn't care about it? The Day-Night clan also has such a weapon, and the Northgate family wants to buy it so that they can study the centipede more conveniently. Besides, it's easy to covet it if you carry it around. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Right, have you translated the words I asked you to record? What did it say? Luin asked. The monkey rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm omniscient? Who knows how ancient these words are, and civilizations might have been wiped out multiple times. How could they be so easily translated? This thing involves all sorts of mysteries of the universe, all sorts of knowledge, all sorts of cultures, and all sorts of... All right, take your time translating, Luin hurriedly said. News of what had happened in the Northline flow zone quickly spread, and with the network connecting the entire universe, news spread faster and faster. Northgate Taisue's reappearance, the ancient centipede's appearance, and the corpse that had been split apart by 5 spears within the centipede's body attracted the interest of countless people. The Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, the Sylvan Dragon Clan, the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's 1st Grade Hall, 2nd Grade Hall, and so on and so forth. Although Northgate Taisui was capable of suppressing many people, he would definitely have to compromise when facing a powerhouse from a major faction. The ancient centipede could not belong to the Northgate family alone. Amidst these events, Luin had been in the limelight. He had stolen 3 pikes and had the Night King clan as his backer. All of this news had made Luin even more famous. Luin was the most famous of the publicly acknowledged candidates for the 10 arbiters. Within the Northgate family study, Northgate Kong had an ugly expression on his face as he glared at Northgate Lai. The ancestor is very disappointed in you. You can't even deal with a Lemaitre Jr. The resources that the family has invested in you have all been wasted. Northgate Lai respectfully replied, Father, although Luin is a Lemaitre, his strength cannot be measured by common sense. This person definitely has the strength to fight against someone on the top 100 rankings. There's no need to quibble. You failed this time, so the clan will naturally punish you, Northgate Kong said impatiently. Northgate Lai looked up. Father, Luin wasn't the only one who benefited from this trip to the centipede's body. Northgate Kong's eyes lit up and he looked at Northgate Lai. What do you mean? Northgate Lai slowly answered, I saw a pattern inside the centipede's body and memorized it. I didn't let anyone else see it. He then raised his hand and used his star energy to manifest the pattern that he had seen inside the centipede's body. He had destroyed this pattern when Lily Ann and the others had arrived, so no one besides him had seen it clearly. Suddenly, the void distorted and Northgate Taisui walked out and studied the pattern carefully. Northgate Lai lowered his head and respectfully stood to the side. After a while, neither Northgate Taisui nor Northgate Kong were able to figure out anything. Northgate Taisui shook his head and sighed. It's too ancient and all of its information has been lost in the river of time. There's no way to verify it. He then slowly disappeared, but before he disappeared he said, Not bad, Junior. Follow the ancestor and show off the Northgate family's might at the Nightfall banquet. Northgate Lai was delighted as the ancestor was going to personally instruct him. He looked at Northgate Kong. Northgate Kong nodded. Go. Cultivate well with the ancestor. As long as Luin cannot defeat you, he will not be able to control the younger generation of the Northline flow zone. Northgate Lai nodded. He had been very confident that he could defeat Luin, but now that he was following the ancestor, his sights were no longer limited to Luin, but rather to the top of the top 100 rankings. Although the Northline flow zone was a small flow zone, it was still equivalent to a weave in the outerverse. It would take at least a week for a normal spacecraft to reach Astral 10. If it was a black hole-grade aurora, then it would only take a few hours. Lu Yin felt pity for the destroyed black hole-grade aurora as he examined the spear. He hadn't had the time to examine it before, but now he carefully examined the spear. It was cold to the touch and it was not light. There were no words or images on it, only black bloodstains that had gradually disappeared. Lu Yin did not know what material this spear was made of, but it gave off a natural pressure when he held it. Lu Yin tried to bend it, but he found that it was abnormally tough. Even with his strength, it was difficult to break it, and only overlaying stacks could break it. It was a weapon that was very suitable for explorers. This spear is useless against powerhouses above the explorer realm. Does that mean that the person inside the centipede's body was only an explorer? But how can an explorer not decay after so many years? Even the words on the walls have decayed. Lu Yin was puzzled. It's simple. Either these 3 spears are different from the ones that were stabbed into the corpse, or an absolute powerhouse transformed the decaying into something magical and used these spears to kill a powerhouse who hasn't decayed after so many years. It's just like how 7th Bro can easily kill an explorer with a pair of chopsticks, the monkey explained. These were the only 2 possibilities. Lu Yin gripped the spear tightly as the latter was most likely the case. He did not know what kind of powerhouse could survive so many years without decaying, nor did he know what kind of person could kill such a powerhouse. The universe was too vast, and it had experienced the destruction of more than one civilization. Much ancient information was in the hands of powerful civilizations, and he was suddenly very interested in this information. At this moment his gadget beeped. It was a notification that he could not refuse from the 10 Arbiters Council. Lu Yin looked over and saw that when Xianxia had personally sent him a notification, asking him to report everything that had happened in the North Line flow zone. Lu Yin knew that the 10 arbiters wanted to know more about the centipede's body and Northgate Taisui, so he did not hesitate or hide anything. He wrote down everything in detail and sent it to Xianxia. By the way, monkey, how long do you think Northgate Taisui has been alive for? I don't know. That kind of old freak can live for tens of thousands of years and freeze himself for no reason. Who knows when he'll come out again? Maybe he's still alive even after your grandson is dead. The monkey pouted. Lu Yin frowned as the monkey's words were unpleasant. Northgate Taisui or the 3rd Night King? Who's stronger? The monkey boasted. 7th Bro, how can you compare Northgate Taisui to the 3rd Night King? That's the 3rd Night King. He's one of the top 3 powerhouses in the entire history of the Night King clan. Although I don't know his exact power level, he's definitely stronger than Northgate Taisui. They're not even on the same level. Otherwise, why do you think Northgate Taisui is afraid of Night King Yuanjing? If Northgate Taisui could compare to the 3rd Night King, then the Northgate family would have ascended to the heavens long ago. Through Northgate Taisui, Lu Yin could directly sense the power that could topple the universe. It was only then that Lu Yin understood the implications of revealing the 3rd Night King's existence to the Night King clan. Once the 3rd Night King was safely released, then the Night King clan would ascend to the heavens. Are you sure that the 3rd Night King won't be able to escape? Lu Yin was still worried. I'm sure, absolutely sure. You have to believe that the Void Wanderer ancestor has lived for countless years, and that kind of abnormal strength has been tempered over the years. Although it doesn't necessarily have much attack power, it's enough to drag out a single person. Even if the entire Night King clan was sacrificed, it still wouldn't be enough to drag him out. Besides, do you think that the other powerful clans in the Astral Beast domain are just decorations? Lu Yin was still worried. The Day-Night clan had existed for a very long time, and who knew what kind of abilities they had. However, he could no longer interfere in this matter, so he could only resign himself to fate. If the descendants of the Day-Night clan's Day King bloodline found out that he had revealed the 3rd Night King's whereabouts, they would definitely hate him to death. A few days later, Lu Yin arrived at Astral 10. As soon as he arrived, he heard news that Big Pao and Little Pao had become explorers and had successfully graduated. The 2 had been adopted by Astral 10 since they were young, and the other students had gradually left Astral 10. In the end, only the 2 of them had remained. Actually, with their abilities they could have broken through long ago, but they had never wanted to leave. Now that Astral 10 had stabilized, and with Lu Yin overseeing it, the 2 of them had finally decided to break through to the Explorer realm and roam the universe. An academy was an academy after all. The universe was where the strong lived. Lu Yin saw Big Pao and Little Pao at the trial zone entrance as well as Xiao Luo, Michelle Hui Day Night and a few other students. No one was surprised by Lu Yin's return, as they had all heard about what had happened in the North Line flow zone. They were all shocked that Lu Yin had dared to negotiate with an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands. Congratulations on successfully graduating, seniors, Lu Yin said with a smile. Big Pao flipped his hair. Graduation is a must. Junior, wait for me. I'll challenge the top 100 rankings in a while and scout for you. Alright, stop bragging. Even if we work together, we can't beat someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. Little Pao was speechless. Big Pao rolled his eyes. I'm not bragging. It's a goal. It's youth. Lu Yin smiled. I'm looking forward to the moment when Senior enters the top 100 rankings. Junior has good taste. Don't worry, Senior's Flame God's spear excels at subduing the top. Big Pao laughed happily. Subduing the top? Seventh bro, stay away from him. This guy's thoughts aren't pure. The monkey shrieked. Where do you plan to go after graduation? Lu Yin asked. Little Pao replied, Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin was shocked. Chaos Flow Zone, one of the 8 great flow zones? Little Pao nodded, but he didn't say anything else. He smiled at Lu Yin. Junior, will leave Astral 10 to you. This is our home, so I hope that you can protect it well. Chapter 396. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the others. When he saw Michelle, he felt a little awkward. I'll help you comprehend Battle Force. Michelle frowned. There's no need, I've already comprehended it. Then Battle Force appeared around her body. It was the same as when Lu Yin had first comprehended it, and although it had yet to reach the level of one line, it was indeed Battle Force. Comprehending Battle Force and not comprehending Battle Force were two different concepts. Michelle's strength had reached a new level. During this period of time, Lu Yin had improved very quickly, but the others had not been slow either. Being able to enter the Astral Combat Academy was a testament to one's talent, and everyone had broken through to the Limiter realm. Astral 10's overall strength was considered to be in the upper echelons of the Astral Combat Academy. However, this only applied to them, as the students who entered Astral 10 in the future might not be lucky enough to be taught by so many mentors. After chatting with everyone for a while, Lu Yin was about to go find old Kai, but Xiao Luo stopped him. Do you know where Silver is? Xiao Luo asked. Lu Yin shook his head. Xiao Luo was helpless. It looks like he really has gone missing. He then looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, will you go to the Cosmic Sea in the future? Lu Yin was surprised. Why do you ask? Just curious, Xiao Luo replied. Lu Yin thought about it. Maybe. If it's possible, please take me with you. I also want to explore the cosmic ocean, Xiao Luo said. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, I'll contact you when the time comes. After a few simple words, Xiao Luo left. Lu Yin had never been able to see through him, but Xiao Luo had never shown any enmity towards him, nor had he ever harmed him. More importantly, this person had a primeval surname that allowed him to freely roam the universe. Entering Astral 10 proved that his surname was legitimate, but Lu Yin had scouted the internet and found no strong family with the surname Xia. Forget it, Lu Yin decided to ignore him. The universe's various powers were intricate and complicated, and Lu Yin didn't even know which powers there were, let alone guess Xiao Luo's identity. Lulu hadn't returned yet, but he had enough money on him to pay off his debt. He didn't like owing others, but since she wasn't back yet, he decided to wait until the next time they met. It was only 50 star essence and Lu Yin already had a way to become rich. It was too simple. Old Kai, your student has returned, Lu Yin said respectfully from the treasury. Old Kai looked up. You're more troublesome than I thought. Lu Yin was confused. 'Cause trouble? The students didn't cause any trouble. Is that so? News of your exploits in the Northline flow zone have already spread. Old Kai rolled his eyes. That can't be. I didn't do anything. Kid, do you know what the rebirth of Northgate Taisui means? Aside from certain places and events, old freaks with power levels over 400,000 won't appear. However, if they do, it means that they have complete control over the entire Northline flow zone. There's only one Northgate Taisui in the entire Northline flow zone, and he's the stabilizing force of the Northline flow zone. When he appears, even the Blaze Realm and the Sword Sect have to give him face. You actually managed to take advantage of him, which means that this matter is far more influential than you becoming the champion of the tournament of the strongest. Lu Yin knew that Northgate Taisui's appearance would have great influence, but he had not expected it to be this great. Old Kai, I'm just borrowing the Night King clan's power to protect myself. I didn't do anything. Old Kai solemnly replied, the process isn't important, the results are. The courage, methods, and background that you've displayed during this entire incident have all surpassed the standards of a normal student. Right now, you're no longer an ordinary student in everyone's eyes. You're like Night Queen Yanqing, a freakish genius with a powerful background. Do you know what this means? When he saw Lu Yin's confused expression, Old Kai laughed. It means that someone wants to deal with you, and it won't just be you alone. They'll also use all of your resources. Once they make a move, you'll definitely die with no chance of survival. Your enemy will target you with the same mindset as Night Queen Yanqing, and they'll take into account all possible contingencies. Lu Yin frowned. When he had first arrived in the Northline flow zone, he had been hunted down by a hunter. Now, if someone wanted to attack him again, not only would they send out hunters, but they might even send out peak hunters like Poison Flame. Someone like that would kill him without any chance of survival, and he would die without knowing why. Not even a trace of information would be leaked. Lu Yin had racked his brains, and he had even used Night King Yuanjing to show that he would not be threatened. This was equivalent to pushing himself to the edge of a cliff. If someone decided to deal with him, it would definitely be a thunderous blow. However, Lu Yin did not regret his actions, as the strength that he had displayed had already surpassed the protection that his status provided him. Once news of the Northline flow zone spread, it would put an end to any potential attacks. There were pros and cons to this. Right now, what he lacked was a power similar to Rabbit Lei's ability to launch a counterattack. When he saw Old Kai's calm demeanor, Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he respectfully asked, Old Kai, I'm from Astral 10. Does Astral 10 have a way to protect me? Old Kai raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You want us old fellows to stay close to you and protect you? Of course not. It's just that this is the treasury and I hope to obtain some self-defense items, Lu Yin said expectantly. Old Kai's eyes narrowed and he licked his lips. This is a self-defense item. The treasure pavilion does have it, but... Old Kai's right hand tapped lightly on the table. Every time he tapped, his thumb rubbed against his index finger and middle finger. Then he tapped the table again, repeating the same action. This action was obviously asking for money, but it wasn't too obvious. Accompanied by the sound of tapping on the table, it strangely had an unfathomable aura. Lu Yin stared at Old Kai's fingers and waves surged in his heart. This action was too cool and he thought back to the many times he had asked people for money. His actions were vulgar, inelegant, and stingy, but Old Kai's action was too grand. It was easy to understand without appearing unscrupulous. It was the quintessence of asking for money that had been honed over countless years. Lu Yin stared blankly. He knew what his greatest gain today was. This action, this grand action of asking for money. Old Kai coughed when he saw Lu Yin staring at his right hand. Kid, why are you in a daze? Lu Yin stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. He subconsciously said, Old Kai, I really need to learn more from you. Old Kai was baffled. Lu Yin had just realized that Old Kai had purposely used what had happened in the Northline flow zone to scare him. This old man's desire for money was no less than Lu Yin's. I exchanged my spear for some money in the Northline flow zone, and I want to donate it to the academy. Would you be willing to accept it? Lu Yin asked carefully, afraid that he would ruin the elegant, unfathomable action of asking for money. Old Kai smiled and looked at Lu Yin with gratification. You've grown up, kid. You know how to repay the academy. Very good, very good. Give it to me. The academy is planning to recruit new students soon, so we need a lot of money. Lu Yin's face twitched and he reluctantly took out a Mavis Bank card. There are 1,000,000 star crystals in this card. Please accept it on behalf of the academy. Old Kai's eyes lit up, but he did not seem too excited. His fingers continued to tap on the table leisurely. It was clearly not enough. That was what the old man meant. Seventh bro, is this your grandfather? He's the same. Being greedy for money is part of your family's tradition, the monkey said. Lu Yin's face darkened and he blocked the monkey before taking out another card. There are 1,000,000 star crystals in this card. Please accept it, Old Kai. Old Kai's breathing quickened and his lips curled up. However, he did not accept the card and instead looked up at the sky. Lu Yin gulped and his expression turned even uglier. The old man knew that he had scammed the Northgate family out of 100-star essence, and he was not going to take it all away. That was 100-star essence, which was equivalent to 10,000,000 star crystals. That was too much. However, Lu Yin would not skimp on the money that he had to spend. Since the old man had mentioned the dangers that Lu Yin would encounter in the future, it was obvious that he had made preparations. Lu Yin could only say that this amount of money was not enough to meet his expectations. Lu Yin steeled his heart and took out 30-star essence, along with the 2,000,000 star crystals that he had received earlier, and handed them all to Old Kai. Old Kai laughed heartily and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You're filial kid. Not bad, you're a good kid. The academy did not nurture you for nothing. Good. However, you've contributed to the academy, so the academy will not treat you unfairly. Take this. Old Kai tossed the item over to Lu Yin. It was a square object that was about the size of a palm and had a strange frame made of green bamboo. There was a black metal ball in the center that was sealed on 3 sides, and the last side was completely open. Lu Yin felt strange as he held the item. Old Kai, what's this? This is called a money bomb, kid. Don't underestimate it. If you hold it properly and aim it at your enemy, it can launch an attack that can instantly kill a hunter. Of course, you have to catch them off guard, Old Kai explained in a sinister tone. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he looked at the item in his hand. This thing can instantly kill a hunter? Old Kai proudly replied, of course. This is my secret weapon and it's the only one in the entire universe. Lu Yin felt like he had been cheated. What, you don't trust me? Old Kai was unhappy. Lu Yin stared at the money bomb as he truly did not trust the old man. After all, it was a life-saving item and he had spent almost 50-star essence just to obtain this item. He felt a little indignant about it. However, he had already spent the money and Old Kai's expression told him that he could not get it back. Helpless, Lu Yin put it away and bitterly thanked Old Kai. Thank you for the gift, mentor. Old Kai stroked his mustache. One money bomb costs 50-star essence, 2 for 80-star essence and 3 for 100-star essence. You can have as many as you want. Kid, you have to patronize my business more in the future, huh? Lu Yin's face darkened as he left. 50-star essences were gone just like that and Lu Yin's heart ached. He'd thought that Old Kai would give him something that looked like a bluff, something that could scare off his enemies. Instead, he'd given him something so lousy. As he walked, Lu Yin felt indignant, but he did not dare ask Old Kai for a refund. After some thought, he decided to head to the Sand Ocean. Chapter 397. Coco and Zora were together in the Sand Ocean, and the giant syringe was especially eye-catching. Lu Yin's appearance made Coco very happy. Brother Lu, you're back. Lu Yin smiled and nodded at her. I heard that you sparred with the students from Shanggu Academy? How did it feel? Coco pouted. I couldn't beat them. Lu Yin laughed heartily. Every time he faced Coco, he was always happy. Don't be discouraged. Your strength lies in healing, not fighting. But then he suddenly paused. Healing? Was Coco's healing ability even useful? Hearing Lu Yin's encouragement, Coco resolutely carried the syringe. Brother Lu, don't worry. I'll definitely treat my injured companions well. Lu Yin laughed dryly. I'll do my best. After bidding farewell to Zora, Lu Yin headed deeper into the Sand Ocean to look for the Sand Master. It didn't take long for Lu Yin to find the Sand Master. The Sand Master held the money bomb in his hands with a helpless expression. What do you want to ask? Student wants to know if this thing is useful? Lu Yin asked. The Sand Master casually tossed the money bomb to Lu Yin. It's useful, but use it with caution. What do you mean? Lu Yin was puzzled. The Sand Master thought about it. Possible, try not to use it. And if you do, try not to reveal your identity. This thing has a bad reputation. Lu Yin's heart sank and he felt like he had been cheated. Old Kai said that the money bomb can instantly kill a hunter. I don't know. The Sand Master nodded. Can be used to catch them off guard, but a weapon is still a weapon. A hunter won't just stand there and let you hit them, so you have to catch them off guard. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was effective, then it was good that he hadn't been cheated. Mentor, is there a problem with the money bomb's reputation? The Sand Master muttered to himself, seemingly unsure of what to say. He waved his hand. You'll know in the future. Alright, you can leave now. This place is of no use to you. The Sand Master then left. Lu Yin was helpless. If the Sand Master didn't want to talk about it, then there was nothing he could do. After leaving the forgotten river sand ocean, Lu Yin did not look for anyone. Instead he went to a ruin in Astral 10. It was time for him to reach the peak of the Lamita realm. It had been some time since Lu Yin had broken through to the Lamita realm. For others, reaching the peak of the Lamita realm would be somewhat difficult, as they either did not have enough money or their star energy absorption rate would be too slow. However, for Lu Yin it was not that difficult. He had money and he could do whatever he wanted. In addition, he also had the Sirius technique, which allowed him to absorb star energy 9 times faster than normal. As long as he had the money, success would come naturally. Lu Yin raised his hand out of habit and the die appeared. He still intended to roll 4 pips and enter the time-stop space to absorb star energy. He tapped out a finger and watched the die spin. Strange, why do I feel like I've forgotten something? His expression changed as he watched the die slowly come to a stop. Crap, he hadn't rolled it for so long. Could it be a 6? In the next moment the scene in front of him changed and he saw darkness before balls of light. He was speechless. He had really rolled 6 pips. A 6 pips cost too much money, far more than any other roll. It was gone in the blink of an eye and he wanted to find a random ball of light to merge with. Right now the most important thing was to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, but after some thought he decided against it. Since he was destined to roll 6 pips, he could only accept his fate. However, while 6 pips was a huge cost, it was still very useful. A strong attractive force appeared, and Lu Yin looked at a ball of light in the distance. Without hesitation he fused with it. Anything that could attract him would be suitable for him, and he hoped to merge with the powerhouse's body. The scene in front of him changed again, and Lu Yin opened his eyes to clearly see his surroundings. Was he on a spacecraft? Chaotic information flooded his mind, and before Lu Yin could even observe his surroundings, he was shocked by the information he received. His pupils shrank and his entire body went cold. The person he was merging with was from the Neo-Human Alliance. More accurately, it was not just the Neo-Human Alliance. There were corpse kings within the Neo-Human Alliance and there were also other allied powers. This person was from a powerful clan called the Spectre clan. He's here. A raspy voice sounded out from beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced over and saw that this person was a corpse king, and one that had reached the level of a hunter at that. This corpse king had cultivated to the corpse king transformation, which was enough to crush a normal hunter and even challenge an enlighter. In outer space, a spacecraft approached Lu Yin. It had a strange design and it seemed to belong to a certain power. There was a single word engraved on the outside of the spacecraft: Yulan. Through the fusion, Lu Yin learned that this operation was a joint plan between the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse Kings and the Spectre clan. Their goal was to confirm one thing. The Yulan court, which was related to the Sword sect by marriage in the First Flow Zone, had a secret technique. The Yulan court was one of the 7 court's 7 names, but many years ago, they had betrayed the 7 court's Yulan family. They had been protected by the Sword sect and had maintained a marriage relationship with the Sword sect for many years. For example, the current Sword sect's successor Liu Xiaoqiu was engaged to the Yulan court's little princess Yulan Yi. The Yulan court was considered a branch of the 7 court's Yulan family, and logically speaking, it was impossible for them to have a secret technique. However, the Neo-Human Alliance had received news from an unknown source that the Yulan family did not have a secret technique. This was the reason for this operation. The Neo-Human Alliance wanted to confirm whether the secret technique was in the Yulan court's hands. This was information that Lu Yin had obtained from the person he had fused with. The reason why the person he had fused with knew so much was because his identity was not simple. Within the Spectre clan, this person had a very high status. At the very least he was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with this Hunter Corpse King, even though he was only an explorer. He had received so much information all at once, and it was all about the Neo-Human Alliance in the Seven Courts. Lu Yin did not even feel like sensing the explorer's strength, and he just looked up at the sky in a daze. At this moment in outer space, the Yulon Court spacecraft came to a standstill. The next moment, there was a violent explosion as the Neo-Human Alliance's experts attacked the spacecraft, causing ripples to appear in the void. These experts were all space-exploring powerhouses. Inside the spacecraft, Yulon Yi buried her head in Grandma Du's arms, looking very afraid. Grandma Du's gaze turned vicious. Neo-Human Alliance trash, how dare you attack the little princess? The Yulon Court will not let you off. The Sword Sect will not let you off either. A Corpse King's eyes were bloodshot and he charged at Grandma Du, punching her. Grandma Du shouted, and star energy appeared in front of her to block the Corpse King. Bang! The shockwave shattered the spacecraft and Grandma Du spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she was a cruiser, her physical strength was still far from being a match for the Corpse King. The Corpse King attacked again. Grandma Du pushed Yulon Yi away like a madwoman. Little princess, run. She then slammed into the Corpse King, and her body turned into an indescribably terrifying color. With her at the center, half of the spacecraft was enveloped in her venom, including the Yulon Court experts and the Corpse King. Even the Explorer Realm Corpse King could not withstand Grandma Du's lethal venom and they all melted. Yulon Yi donned her universal armor and fled the spacecraft, sorrowfully watching Grandma Du's tragic death. With a boom, the remaining half of the spacecraft exploded once again. Yulon Yi was sent flying by the shockwave, and when she looked around again she saw that the Yulon Court spacecraft was no longer in space. There was only a single Corpse King with gray eyes. Hidden in a distant spacecraft, Lu Yin frowned. The Neo-Human Alliance had sent 2 Corpse Kings that could transform into Corpse Kings for this operation, and one of them was even a hunter. It seemed that the Neo-Human Alliance valued the Yulon Court greatly. Even if it was just a guess, they had still sent out such powerhouses. It was just like how the great Yu Empire's Yu family had all died and even their corpses had disappeared. Lu Yin felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. As he received more and more information, Lu Yin also understood why the Yulon family of the 7 courts did not have any secret techniques. It was because the Yulon family's techniques could only be passed down to a single person, which was different from the Yu secret art. The Yu secret art could be cultivated while the Yulon secret art could only be passed down to a single person. While Lu Yin was still receiving information, Yulon Yi watched as the gray-eyed Corpse King came closer and closer. Her expression suddenly became very calm, completely different from her previous terrified expression. It's been so many years but you've still discovered it. That means that there really are people from the Neo-Human Alliance within the 7 courts. Yulon Yi's tone was indifferent. She was clearly only about 12 years old and she was still a very young girl, but her expression and tone made even Lu Yin shiver. Lu Yin ignored the information and continued to stare at outer space. Beside him, the Hunter Realm Corpse King's eyes widened, and it stared at outer space as well. Since you want to know so much, I'll fulfill your wish and let you die with a clear understanding. Yulon Yi lifted her pretty face, her eyes cold like the depths of hell. Ripples rippled out from her eyes, and Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. This was not power but more like an indescribable threat that threatened all living things. Yulon's secret art, hidden time, Yulon Yi calmly said. The next moment, an unbelievable change occurred and Lu Yin's worldview was toppled. Yulon Yi had grown up. This little girl was clearly only about 10 years old, but the moment she used the secret technique her body began to grow and she gradually turned into a pretty girl in her 20s. Her face was beautiful and her gaze was cold. It was like a poisonous datura flower had bloomed in outer space. This change shocked not only Lu Yin, but even the Hunter Realm Corpse King beside him. Yulon Yi smiled. Are you surprised? This is the Yulon secret art. It can hide the changes of time and it's passed down to only one person. This is what you want. Take this secret with you and die. After she spoke, an old man appeared beside Yulon Yi. The old man had appeared without a sound, as if he had always been there and had existed since time immemorial. The moment the Hunter Realm Corpse King beside Lu Yin saw the old man, he was shocked. 7 quarts, Elder Yulon Yu Yifun. The old man looked up and swept his gaze across the area, looking at the spacecraft hidden in the distance. He tapped the void and the entire universe trembled. The next moment, everything in Lu Yin's field of vision turned to ash. Planets, celestial phenomena, and the dark heavens, everything that could be seen vanished. This was a boundless and terrifying power, and it was similar to when he had encountered Northgate Taisui. This old man had a power level in the hundreds of thousands, and he was an old monster. To the side, the Hunter Realm Corpse King's eyes turned gray before turning green. It leaped up in a futile attempt to escape. Chapter 398. The old man shook his head in disdain. Green eyes transformation. You can't escape. The Corpse King, the spacecraft, and everyone on it, including Lu Yin, instantly turned to dust and disappeared from the heavens. Yo Year was envious of this shocking scene. I wonder when I'll have such power. The old man looked at Yo Year reproachfully. Nonsense. I told you to hide the secret technique, but you didn't listen. If it wasn't a hunter but a Corpse King on the same level as me, then this secret would have been exposed. Yo Year stretched lazily, revealing her exquisite curves. Grandpa Fan, do you know what it feels like to be imprisoned by a secret technique? Ever since I inherited the Yo secret technique, my body hasn't been able to grow any bigger. It's very painful, so I have to release myself occasionally. The old man snorted. Fortunately, this secret has been protected. The Neo-Human Alliance's strength in the first flow zone has been weakened, and it will be some time before they can act again. Take this time to get closer to Lu Xiaoqiu and the Sword Sect and borrow their strength to protect you. I don't want to get along with losers, Yo Year said unhappily. The old man was helpless. The 13 swords get stronger the further you advance. Although Lu Xiaoqiu lost, there are very few people in this universe who can be his opponent once he becomes an explorer. That Lu Yin and that person from the technocracy were just accidents. Yes, Yo Year helplessly replied. In the distant astral 10, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had just experienced death at the hands of an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. He had never felt so close to death even when he had faced Northgate Taisui, and he had never expected to meet such a monster again so soon. More importantly, he had discovered an incredible secret. The Yo court in the first flow zone had once been a member of the 7 courts Yo family. They had betrayed the 7 courts and been protected by the Sword Sect, but the Sword Sect had never known that the Yo family's secret technique was in the Yo court's hands. That old man who had appeared at the end had actually come from the 7 courts. In other words, the Yo court had never truly betrayed the 7 courts. Otherwise, the Yo family's elder would not have appeared to protect the little princess. Also, the Yo secret technique had only been passed down to a single person, and that little princess was called Yo Year. That old man had used his boundless power to destroy a part of the starry sky. Even the network couldn't transmit any information to the outside world. He thought that no one knew his secret, and he was probably the only one who knew this secret apart from a limited number of people. Aside from this, there was also the matter of the Neo-Human Alliance and the Spectre race. The Spectre race higher up that had fused with Lu Yin had too much information, and Lu Yin was unable to sort it all out for the time being. However, even if he only remembered a portion of it, it was enough to shock the universe. Lu Yin panted heavily as he tapped on his gadget and wrote down some addresses. These addresses were the locations of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds. Right, there was also the secret of the Spectre race. Lu Yin opened the network and searched for the Spectre clan, but the results he obtained were that there was no such clan. He then used his honor points to search for more information, but he still couldn't find anything. This clan was rather secretive and almost no one knew about them. The Spectre clan had the aura of death within their bodies. This was the most important characteristic to identify the Spectre clan. Lu Yin tried to recall what he had felt during the fusion, but he realized that he had received too much information at once, so he hadn't been able to feel it in time. This fusion had allowed him to learn too many secrets, and Lu Yin muttered to himself for a long time. He didn't know whether or not he should reveal the locations of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds, but in the end he decided against it. Nobody would believe him, and even if someone did, the Neo-Human Alliance would have long since fled by the time they searched those locations. Lu Yin did not believe that they did not have any spies among the upper echelons of the various human organizations. If even the 7 courts had been infiltrated, then there was no need to even mention the upper echelons of the various organizations. Lu Yin rubbed his temples. The more he learned, the greater the pressure he felt. The universe was too vast and there were too many organizations. The more he came into contact with those great organizations, the more Lu Yin felt that the Great Yu Empire was insignificant and insignificant. In the outer verse 72 weaves, there were probably no more than 100 almighty enlighters. What about the inner verse? There were even old monsters with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. Even deeper in the inner verse was the cosmic sea, and there was also the Neoverse, which had never been revealed. The various organizations were as diverse as the stars in the night sky. Fortunately, as humans cultivated, their lifespans also increased. The more unfathomable the universe was, the greater the desire to explore and conquer it. However, the most important thing right now was to check how much money he had left. Lu Yin trembled as he opened his cosmic ring. His heart sank and he had the urge to curse out loud. The star essence that the Northgate family had given him and the leftover from before were all gone. Even the 1,000,000 star crystals were gone. Lu Yin howled in grief as he had become poor again. This had happened too quickly. He had only watched a show, but all of the money that he had worked so hard to earn was gone. Now he only had 100,000 star crystals and 2 million cosmic dollars left. He had originally wanted to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, but now he had to delay it again. He did not know how long he would have to delay it. Although the opportunity to earn money inside the centipede's body was good, it was not something that could be obtained at any time. As he looked at his empty cosmic ring, he had the urge to sell off the secrets that he had just obtained. Since he had no more money, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Lu Yin calmed himself down, thought about it, and then walked towards the trial zone entrance. He remembered that there were some mysterious places in the trial zones, and it was rumored that even the 10 arbiters had gone there. He wanted to give it a try. After greeting the trial master, the first place that Lu Yin went to was the Tao of Purgatory's sky platform. There was a saying in the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones: the Tao of Heaven's ocean of death, the Tao of Purgatory's sky platform. Lu Yin had once heard someone mention it, but he did not understand what it meant. Out of the 3 realms and 6 Taos, only the Tao of Heaven and the Tao of Purgatory had legends of the 10 arbiters. As such, the sky platform and the ocean of death were much more mysterious than the other trial zones. This was not Lu Yin's first time in the Tao of Purgatory. When he had first chosen the trial zones, he had chosen the Tao of Purgatory, and his first death had occurred there as well. He had always remembered Spear Mountain's area master Frankfurt. However, there was no need for revenge now. As his strength had increased, his mentality had changed as well. Besides, he had also embarrassed Frankfurt back in the tilting tower. News of Lu Yin's appearance in the Tao of Purgatory quickly spread, and many students from the Astral Combat Academy rushed towards the Tao of Purgatory. They all knew that there was only one place in the Tao of Purgatory that could attract Lu Yin: the sky platform. Dao Bo had yet to return to Astral 6, and Sharon had taken his place in the sky platform. When Sharon saw Lu Yin, his expression changed. His gaze was sometimes fierce, sometimes respectful, sometimes remorseful, and sometimes panicked. It was a complicated mix of emotions. Lu Yin laughed. "Senior Sharon, we haven't seen each other in a while. Are you thinking of filming a movie?" Sharon gulped and laughed dryly. "Student Lu, how do you have the time to come to the Tao of Purgatory?" Lu Yin shrugged and pointed ahead. "Rumor has it that the 10 arbiters once ascended the sky platform. I want to give it a try as well. Senior, you won't refuse, right?" Sharon naturally did not dare to refuse. Even if Dao Bo appeared, he would not be able to stop Lu Yin. Of the 9 trial zones of the Astral Combat Academy, aside from Starsabil, none of the other realm masters were worthy of Lu Yin's attention. Of course, Lu Yin was not arrogant and he would abide by the rules that he had to abide by. Sharon did not want to waste any more words with Lu Yin. He was eager to leave as he was afraid that Lu Yin would expose him. Lu Yin was rather interested in Sharon, but not as a person. Rather, he was interested in the unveiled sword. A sword that came from a source box was very valuable, and even a pike could be sold for over 100 star essence. Even if the unveiled sword was slightly cheaper, it would still be worth a lot. The pike's main value lay in its research and not in the sword itself. Lu Yin felt that the unveiled sword was very sharp. "Senior, when will you have the time to show me the might of the unveiled sword?" Lu Yin asked. Karen's brows rose. "There will be a chance in the future." At this point, more and more students had gathered. Lu Yin walked past Sharon and raised his head to look ahead. This was the sky platform. The so-called sky platform was not the stone steps that most people imagined, nor was it a solemn staircase to the heavens. It was just a series of spheres arranged from bottom to top. It looked very ordinary, but the higher one went, the blurrier their vision became and the void was distorted. It was because these spheres were shaped like planets and the void was distorted at the very top that it was called the sky platform. It was rumored that when one sat on the sky platform, they could occasionally feel the power of ancient powerhouses. The higher one went, the more they could feel. Back then, one of the 10 arbiters had reached the top of the sky platform, and their power had undergone an incredible transformation. This was the legend of the sky platform. Dao Bo had controlled the Tao of Purgatory for a long time, but he had not been able to reach the top of the sky platform. At most, he could only sit on one of the spheres and cultivate. Every year, many students obtained Dao Bo's approval and attempted to reach the top of the sky platform, but none succeeded, including Starsabil. Lu Yin was now publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy. His attempt to reach the sky platform had attracted everyone's attention. "I don't know if Lu Yin will succeed. The higher one goes, the more likely they are to disappear. It's too strange. I remember that Senior Dao Bo also mysteriously disappeared when he was close to the top, but no one knows how. My senior's second brother-in-law's cousin's sister said that she doesn't know either," a fatty mumbled. The moment he finished speaking, the gazes of the people around him turned unfriendly. "If you don't know, then why are you still talking? Does anyone know which arbiter was at the top of the sky platform?" Someone suddenly asked. No one answered. Even if they knew, they would not dare to say it. The names of the 10 arbiters could not be casually mentioned. Lu Yin walked to the bottom of the sky platform and looked up. The sky was distorting, but he did not think too much about it. He stepped onto the first sphere and his entire body suddenly felt different. It was as if an indescribable power had appeared. It could not be seen or touched, and it did not affect his body at all. However, for some reason, it caused his heart to palpitate. He muttered to himself for a moment before stepping onto the second sphere. Just like that, he walked up step by step. Everyone looked at Lu Yin and more people gathered around him. Feng Shang, Lu Xiaoyun, and even Starsabil had appeared. The higher Lu Yin went, the more obvious that indescribable power became. However, it did not affect him at all. He did not know where this power came from and he could not tell what kind of power it was. Even old monsters like Northgate Taisui and the 7 Courts Elders with power levels in the hundreds of thousands were powerful, but they were still traceable. However, the power that surrounded Lu Yin's body was untraceable, and it made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat. Chapter 399. Lu Yin did not dare to be careless. He removed the star energy barrier on his right arm and returned to his peak state. He released his domain and activated his serious art. As his strength increased, that mysterious force strangely weakened. It was very strange. At this point, Lu Yin had already reached the middle section of the sky platform. Very few students could reach this point, and those who could were almost all at the level of an area master. Below the sky platform, Frankfurt, Tubo, Heart Phoenix, Euro Longzhe, and the rest all appeared and looked at Lu Yin. Ascending the sky platform was a major event, and it was like diving into the ocean of death. When Lu Yin neared the peak, that mysterious force increased once more. The void around him distorted even more, but this distortion was not caused by that mysterious force. He stepped onto another sphere and the mysterious force increased once more. Lu Yin felt as if his body was being rejected by the void, as if the entire void wanted to erase him. This was probably why those students had disappeared. It was because of this mysterious force. Five-lined battle force appeared around Lu Yin's body, and a dark golden radiance blossomed. Many students cried out in alarm. Following the appearance of Lu Yin's battle force, that mysterious force weakened once more. It was very strange and indescribable. This force gave Lu Yin the feeling that he could be erased at any moment. He had fought with many people since he started cultivating, and he had even personally experienced the enormous power of the 7 quartz elders that could obliterate the heavens. No matter how strong one's power was, it would still take time to kill someone. That time could be long or short, but it would always take time. However, when faced with this strange power around him, Lu Yin felt that if he was even the slightest bit weaker, he would be gone without a trace. 7th bro, why do I feel a little nervous? Did you come to some incredible place? The monkey asked. The trial zones, the Tao of Purgatory, and the sky platform. The monkey was confused. The Astral Combat Academy's trial zones? Suddenly, it exclaimed, the ruins of the rune technology civilization? You did say that before, Lu Yin said. No wonder I had this feeling, the monkey muttered. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Have you experienced this before? The monkey hurriedly replied, of course not. Anyone who dares to experience the power of the rune technology is courting death. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as the monkey was definitely lying. He had definitely experienced this power before, which meant that this inexplicable power was the rune technology's Daoist. Now was not the time to pursue this matter. He raised his head. He was only a few steps away from the peak. Below him, everyone stared anxiously. Lu Yin's current position was the limit that Daobo had reached. Back then, Daobo had only been a few steps away from the peak, but then he had completely disappeared. He had died mysteriously. Lu Yin took a step forward and the inexplicable power increased once more. However, it still did not pose a threat to Lu Yin. He took a second step and the inexplicable power became even more apparent. The feeling of being rejected grew even more intense, and a sense of danger caused his back to turn cold. Lu Yin took a deep breath and took a final step forward. Above his head was the distorted void, and at this moment, the inexplicable power was causing his domain and battle force to dissipate as it tried to erase his entire being. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as an intense sense of danger appeared. He felt as if he was about to be erased. There was clearly no attack, but this feeling was very intense. He did not know how powerful the 10 arbiters who had reached the peak had been back in the Astral Combat Academy, but he had tied the Divine Fist's record, so he was confident that his strength was no weaker than that of the 10 arbiters. The inexplicable sense of danger grew stronger. Lu Yin's body was not injured and there were no external attacks. However, his entire body began to turn transparent. Everyone held their breaths. He was about to disappear. This was it. They had seen this scene many times before, and all of the losers had mysteriously disappeared like this. Lu Yin was shocked. This should not be happening. Could it be that he was weaker than that 10 arbiters? How was that possible? The 10 arbiters had also been limiters when they reached the top of the sky platform because explorers were not allowed to enter. This meant that Lu Yin's current strength could not compare to the 10 arbiters when they had been limiters. Then just how strong were the 10 arbiters? Was the Divine Fist's record fake? No one would reveal all of their trump cards. This phrase suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind. The Divine Fist's record was left for future generations to surpass. But what future generations could surpass was always the record on the surface. No one knew the Divine Fist's true strength. Through the sky platform, Lu Yin could clearly feel the invincible strength of the 10 arbiters. Everyone had underestimated the 10 arbiters. Their strength was unparalleled and unfathomable. Lu Yin's body became more and more transparent as his existence was being erased. He still did not have the qualifications to reach the top of the sky platform. However, just as Lu Yin was about to completely disappear, his body suddenly solidified once more, and that inexplicable power rapidly weakened. The crowd did not understand, but they could only see the result. Lu Yin had reached the top. The sky platform had existed for countless years in the trial zones, but only a few had ever reached the top. According to the records, only a few students had ever reached the top, and of those few only the 10 arbiters had been limiters. The others had all been explorers who had made an exception to reach the top. Lu Yin was the second limiter in history to reach the top. The moment Lu Yin reached the top, all of the Astral Combat Academy's headmasters opened their eyes at the same time. At that moment, Lu Yin's name was recorded in the history of the Astral Combat Academy. A Lemeter who can reach the top of the sky platform. What a genius, an old voice said from Astral 6. The sky platform exists only to encourage and pass down inheritances, not to test Lemeters. Since ancient times only explorers have reached the top, but in recent years 2 Lemeters have reached the top. The universe has indeed changed, a voice from Astral 2 said. That's a good thing. The faster the younger generation grows, the more at ease we old folks will feel, a voice from Astral 5 said. If they grow too quickly they won't be able to temper their minds. The 10 Arbiters' Council is too tyrannical and they're easily broken, a voice from Astral 9 said. It doesn't matter. It's a good thing for young people to have some drive. This kid will probably go to the Ocean of Death next. The Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death and the Tao of Purgatory's Sky Platform, hee, an old voice from Astral 1 said. It's a pity that this kid came from Astral 10. That old guy doesn't even know that his academy has produced a genius. What a pity, a voice from Astral 4 said. In the Tao of Purgatory, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Just as his body was about to completely disappear, he had suddenly recited the Stonewall Scriptures. He had always felt that reciting the Stonewall Scriptures would always have a miraculous effect whenever he encountered a problem that he could not solve. Sure enough, it had worked again this time. The Stonewall Scriptures seemed to have given him a cheat, and it had forcefully dispersed that strange aura, allowing him to successfully reach the top. It was a pity that he had not relied on his own abilities to reach the top. He was still a bit weaker than the 10 Arbiters when they had been Lemeters, but he did not know how much weaker he was. Speaking of which, Lu Yin's current strength was already quite abnormal. His Dai, his various fortuitous encounters and his inexplicably powerful body had all been combined together, but he still could not catch up to the 10 Arbiters. He really did not know how the 10 Arbiters had cultivated. Regardless, he had reached the top. At this moment he felt as if he had stepped into another space. Half of his body was on the sky platform, while the other half had already sunk into the distorted void. The scene that he saw was completely different from the others. He saw countless strange runes that seemed to have cut up the entire Tao of Purgatory. This was the true appearance of the Trial Zones, the legacy of the Rune Technology Society. 7th bro, what did you see? Tell me about it. The monkey shouted. Half of Lu Yin's body was on the sky platform, so the monkey could not see what Lu Yin was seeing. Lu Yin did not know how to describe it either. Seeing was one thing but not understanding was another. He had a confused expression on his face, as he had no idea what the benefits of reaching the top were. It would be better for him to experience a battle between ancient powerhouses. Below him, countless people were also watching anxiously. No one had seen the 10 Arbiters reach the top as they had all been chased away. No one knew which Arbiter had reached the top, and Lu Yin was the only one in recent years to reach the top. Many people were still hoping that he would draw out an ancient inheritance to broaden their horizons. But after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. Why does it feel like Lu Yin has been cut in half? Someone muttered. The others looked up and it did indeed look like it. 7th bro, half of your butt is exposed. Do you feel unsafe? The monkey asked. Lu Yin looked at the countless runes in the sky and frowned. The more he looked, the more dizzy he felt. His eyes began to ache and 2 streams of tears unconsciously flowed down his cheeks. He closed his eyes, not daring to open them again. However, when he did so, his body actually began to slowly disappear, which frightened him so much that he immediately opened his eyes again. He opened them, but they were so sore that he could not bear it. It was as if someone had used a strong light to stab his eyes. He wanted to close them, but he did not dare to. He was not stupid and he knew that there had to be a reason for his eyes to ache. With his strength, it was impossible for his eyes to ache for no reason. Perhaps it had something to do with the reward for reaching the top. Lu Yin forced himself to keep his eyes open, and he stared at the countless runes until he felt dizzy. Inexplicably, he began to recite the Stonewall Scriptures again, but they were ineffective this time as well. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He closed his eyes and his body suddenly vanished from the Tao of Purgatory, just like the previous failures. Below him all the students were silent. Did he succeed or fail? No one knew because no one knew what the person who had reached the top looked like. On Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, but then subconsciously closed them. It was too sore. What was going on? Brother Lu, what's wrong? Coco's voice traveled over. Aside from her, Zora, Xiao Luo and the rest were all present, and they had all seen Lu Yin reach the top. Lu Yin waved a hand and closed his eyes. It's nothing. Let me rest for a while. Coco was worried. Brother Lu, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you sick? Coco, let me give you an injection. Lu Yin immediately waved a hand and closed his eyes. There's no need, Coco. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after a nap. Coco felt that it was a pity and she grunted. Since Lu Yin was in such a state, the others did not want to disturb him and they all left. Lu Yin leaned against the Trial Zone Mountain and tried to open his eyes. A glimmer of light entered his eyes, and there were also traces of lines. Lines? Aren't these runes? Lu Yin was startled and he immediately opened his eyes to look around. Chapter 400. He could not see it himself, but if anyone else saw his eyes, they would discover that they had changed. They were deeper like the starry sky, and carried an indescribable dignity. He looked around and sure enough the space around him had changed. There were a few lines that could also be called runes. What had happened to his eyes? Even with his domain and serious art activated and a lock-breaking tool in hand, he could not see these things. Now he could see them with just his eyes. His eyes had changed. Ordinary people could only see space, but cultivators could see the flow of star energy. The stronger they were, the more obvious they could see. This was especially true for lockbreakers as they could control the flow of star energy and use their perception of star energy to unlock. Domain experts could also sense the changes in star energy. When Lu Yin had first obtained the Giant Emperor's third eye, he had been able to see space even more deeply. When he had comprehended his domain and combined the three, his vision had surpassed many people, and he had even surpassed most lockbreakers. However, those were different from what he could see now. These were runes. Lu Yin did not know what these runes were, but could they be manifestations of energy on a deeper level? Also, were his eyes all right? He wanted to ask the trial master about this, but for some reason he did not feel like doing so. There were some things that happened to him that might not happen to others, and revealing too much would not do him any good. Lu Yin rubbed his eyes and exhaled. He looked around. Would he see lines in everything in the future? That would not do. He tried to withdraw his star energy from his eyes and the lines disappeared. Sure enough, everything was based on star energy. Seventh bro, what did you see in the sky platform? The monkey was very curious. Lu Yin calmly replied, what do you think I saw? How would I know? The monkey rolled his eyes. Lu Yin did not argue with him. The damned monkey seemed to be threatened, but in reality he knew better than anyone what he should and should not say. He would not hide anything that he could tell him and he would not reveal anything that he did not want to. Xiao Luo and the others left to give Lu Yin some time to rest. He really did need to rest and he mainly wanted to see if there were any problems with his eyes. If there were, he could ask the trial master for help. In a corner of the universe, there was a planet that was surrounded by layers of cyclones that formed an incomparably sturdy protective net. Below the net was a group of powerhouses and the weakest of them was an explorer. The strongest was a hunter dressed in imperial robes. These people looked no different from ordinary people, but their legs were especially long. Each of them was more than 3 meters tall. This group of space-exploring powerhouses looked up at the sky, and their eyes filled with unprecedented worry and fear. Outside Cyclone Continent's protective net, a long-haired young man had his hands in his pockets as he leisurely looked down. This is your last chance. Accept the 10 Arbiters' Council's right to judge, educate and adjudicate the younger generation of Cyclone Continent. Below the cyclone barrier, the middle-aged man in imperial robes spoke in a deafening voice. Outsider, the Cyclone Continent does not accept threats, nor is it willing to come into contact with the outside world. Please leave. The young man raised his head and helplessly flicked his hair. To be honest, I don't like dealing with this sort of thing. It's too dirty, but who told you to be in my territory? He then vanished. The entire space remained unchanged and there was no sense of strangeness. It was as if the young man had never appeared. Below the protective net, many of the powerhouses were stunned. Where had he gone? The next moment, the entire planet trembled, and the cyclones that had surrounded the planet for countless years were stripped away layer by layer by an invisible force. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank and he suddenly stared at a spot in the void. He raised a hand to attack and the void distorted to reveal the long-haired young man. He did not even turn around, allowing the hunter to attack. However, the hunter's attack strangely disappeared as it neared the long-haired young man. It vanished without a trace and not even a single ripple appeared. Many of the powerhouses from Cyclone Continent were shocked, and they all looked on in confusion. The long-haired youth turned around and smirked. I am one of the 10 arbiters and I cannot be attacked. The 10 arbiters. He then raised his hand and aimed it at the hunter in imperial robes. The hunter then vanished, vanishing from this space. All of the powerhouses from Cyclone Continent were stunned. What was this? I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to continue existing, the long-haired young man said leisurely as he smiled and glanced at the enormous planet below. Not long after, the planet that had once surrounded the cyclones disappeared from outer space. It was like a speck of dust that had vanished without a trace. The long-haired young man flipped through his gadget in boredom. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he laughed. He actually reached the top of the sky platform. Interesting. I wonder if he opened his eyes. My path is not lonely. Lu Yin stayed at the Trial Zone Mountain for 2 days, but his eyes did not feel any discomfort. He finally relaxed. During these 2 days, Coco and the others did not disturb him. Big Pao and Little Pao had already left Astral 10 for Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin walked out of the Trial Zone Mountain and arrived at the Trial Zone entrance. He then respectfully said to the Trial Master, Mentor, this student has some questions to ask. The Trial Master opened his murky eyes. If you want to ask a question, you must first grab a teleportation stone. 1 stone for 1 question. Lu Yin nodded. He was not surprised and walked towards the teleportation stone. Currently, Astral 10 had 3 teleportation stones. One of them was fixed while the other 2 had been snatched by Lu Yin. Aside from him, no one else had managed to snatch a teleportation stone. Xiao Luo and the others were very strong, but the chances of encountering someone stronger in the ported battles were too high. Lu Yin had been defeated many times, let alone Xiao Luo and the others. Lu Yin's record in the ported battles was 134 wins and 108 losses. His best win streak was 19, which was quite good. However, that was in the past. Now, after being strengthened by the strengthening fruits twice, his power had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He wanted to increase his winning streak to 30 matches, as that was one of the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings. To challenge the top 100 rankings, one could not just directly start a fight as the other party had the right to refuse. In fact, the Astral Combat Academy even encouraged people to refuse in order to maintain the authority of the top 100 rankings. If anyone could challenge the top 100 rankings, then it would be too much of a joke. The top 100 rankings experts would be annoyed to no end, and they would not be able to kill everyone. Thus, generally speaking, those who did not have the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings would not be accepted. However, once accepted, the challenge would still be valid. For example, if Lu Yin defeated Northgate Lai, then he would be able to enter the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's previous battle with Northgate Lai was also one of the reasons why he had wanted to enter the top 100 rankings. However, after some thought, he decided against it. The greater his fame, the more benefits it would bring, but if someone wanted to attack him, the intensity of the attacks would be different as well. He had not been threatened by Northgate Taisui, which had exposed his powerful network of connections. If his enemies wanted to deal with him, they would definitely consider Night King Yuanjing, which would target his network of connections. If he entered the top 100 rankings, then the attacks targeting him would be even stronger. Not only would they target his network of connections, but they would also target him personally. Being famous was not necessarily a good thing. As soon as he stepped into the range of the teleportation stone, Lu Yin's vision blurred as he activated the battle for the teleportation stone. Winning 15 matches in a row was not too difficult for Lu Yin. As long as his luck was not bad, there were less than 100 people in the younger generation who could defeat him. In the 16th match, his opponent was actually a sentinel. Lu Yin was speechless as he felt like he was looking at a newbie. At this moment, the newbie's heart was crumbling as he stared dumbfoundedly at the two bright red words in front of him. 7th Bro. Yesterday his senior brother had told him about the situation of the red names, and his tone had been filled with fear and reverence for them. Today he had encountered one. Free. The newbie had just cursed in his heart when his entire body disappeared. Lu Yin exhaled and snatched another teleportation stone. It was not enough, so he continued. Victory in the 17th match, victory in the 18th match, victory in the 19th match, victory. At this point Lu Yin had reached his peak, but it was still not enough. Soon he had won the 22nd match and then the 23rd match, victory, bang. The floating stone shattered and the figure in front of him dissipated. Lu Yin looked up, he had won the 30th match. After winning 30 matches in a row, he now had the qualifications to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings. There were several qualifications to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings, and he could challenge anyone as long as he met any one of them. This meant that he could challenge anyone on the top 100 rankings as long as he had the confidence to do so. Of course, his opponent could still refuse, but rejecting someone who had the qualifications to challenge someone would be seen as a sign of fear, which had a different meaning. As long as he had the qualifications, he could challenge anyone on the top 100 rankings at any time. Lu Yin opened his eyes. Lu Xianxia should be there soon. With his strength, he should be able to win 30 matches in a row. Although there were many youths in the universe, the division between them was very obvious. The 10 arbiters were always at the peak, and below them were the top 100 rankings. There might be hidden powerhouses, but there were not many. Lu Yin was confident that there were less than 100 people in the universe who could defeat him, and those who could defeat Lu Xianxia would not exceed a few hundred either. More importantly, he and Lu Xianxia were still limiters. Once they broke through to the explorer realm, there would be very few people in the universe who could defeat them. There were only 2 matches left before he could snatch the next teleportation stone, so Lu Yin continued to enter the ported battles. Just like the previous battle, the scene that appeared was still the sky. Countless giant rocks floated in the sky while white clouds circled the area. It was a beautiful scene. Across from him, a tall figure appeared with the words "Second War King" written above his head. Lu Yin was shocked when he saw this person's nickname, War King. He remembered that there was one of the 10 arbiters who was called the War King, but this person was actually called the Second War King. This person was truly arrogant, but what was even crazier was that this person actually sat down on a rock and waved at Lu Yin. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Lu Yin to attack as he pleased. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and carefully observed this person. With such courage, he either did not know the immensity of heaven and earth or he was truly powerful. Which type did this person belong to? Lu Yin could not tell as he could not sense any dangerous aura from this person. He seemed like a normal person, and the more he acted like this, the more abnormal it was. Sui Feng had been too tired recently, and he had not had a single month of vacation. He had not been able to accumulate drafts, so he was really tired. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Thank you. Actually, Sui Feng had thought about working full-time, but there were many brothers who liked to read this novel, and there were also many who read pirated versions. His income was too low, and he would not even be able to support himself if he worked full-time. He would have to go to work, but his promise of 2 chapters a day would not change. Once again, thank you for your support. Today is Children's Day, and Sui Feng wishes all of you to live younger and younger. I'll add a chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you. If possible, Sui Feng asks all of you to support the original version. Thank you. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.